window. Nobody, cause I live in a penthouse. Baby, I'm sorry, but I'm sexy. And all I want you to do is just bless me. Let's see this kid that I'm waiting on. He said he loved when my jeans look painted on. With a tight white tee, you ain't quite like me. Probably while I'm always getting hated on. I sure they tryna push up on me like a wonder bra. Listen, when I speak, I wouldn't want you to take it wrong. Now, number one, I don't need you. Getting you, I only see you when I see you. Listen, two, you can never play me. Cause I'm such a lady, it's all about me. I don't wanna talk about it. If you like to hear it go. I wrote a song about it. See, I look too good to be crushing you, and I look too good to be loving you. You know I look way too good to be stuck with you. I'm conceding, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be getting with, and I look too good to be having it. You know I look way too good to be in the crib. I'm conceding, I got a reason. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I can't stop my body from moving. I'm popping and popping to the music. He's watching me and he's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it. He's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it. Dropping it hotter than the door for the snoozing. Face down, hands up, or some I'm out of control with it. Dip it low, pick it up slow, poke it out narrow with it. My thong showing, but it's who my shoes go with it. Now all I need is a room with a pole in it. See, I look good and I'm knowing it, but I was never too proud to be showing it. See, I look too good for the necklace, and I look too good to be wearing it. You know I look way too good to be innocent. I'm conceding, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be dropping that, and I look too good to be buying that. You know I look way too good to be trying that. I'm conceding, I got a reason. What the fuck?
Guys, does my mic work? Like, oh god, I haven't been on my PC in 2 weeks, bro. Oh my god, girl, you know what's so funny? Hearing my voice for the first time, because I have playback in my ears. It was a jump scare. Wait, Whiskey, you sound different. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh, guys, oh my god. Coda, thank you for 4 months. Max for 37. Charlie for 49. You cheekies, thank you. Chat, I can still hear her. Oh, hi. I missed you as well. Just so you know, I missed you guys just as much. Like, it's like, it was really hard because I came back from Japan and I had birthdays and it was just like, it killed me, but we're back. Alyssa, thank you for 33 as well.
Just subscribe.
Oh my god, Emily. Oh, here she comes. Come on, Mimi. Yes, she was very well looked after, but she is so, like, she's so,
just subscribed.
Clingy. Huli, thank you for 4 months. Alyssa for 33, Picture for 15, Nats for 21. What the hell is this hype train? Thank you so much.
Subscribed.
John, honestly, like, Color Cozy back, but no, listen. Here she is. Hello, memers. 1000, hello. Pixie, hello. Das, hello. Art, Arcane, Pixel, Raise, Freedom, M, John. Oh my god. Guys, how are you? Let me skip this so I can hear my thoughts. Look, I want to straight up say, even though I know you guys love the content, I am just so sorry in advance for Feb and the start of March. Mimi. I had plans, as you know, booked for months. And then I didn't really think about all of them being lumped up together. So when I booked everything in October, November, I'm like, whoa, this is great. And then, you know, Japan and everything came around and I was like, holy shit, I didn't think of this. You know what I mean? Like, I feel so bad, but I know that the rest of the year will be jam-packed, so it'll be okay. But, last year we didn't show up. I know, it was Whiskey. I was on the plane, Cass. I was on the plane. No, Georgie, I'm sorry. Shake that shit, Mimi. No, and like, I straight up, I have one more thing. I got home, right? And I'm like, okay, even though I'm really excited for the F1, like I booked this in November. Even though I'm excited for it, I'm like, it's coming at the worst time. Like, you know what I mean? But I know it will be good. I know we'll get a handful of streams. We'll have like 3 or 4 streams before I do that. But then when I'm back from that, we're back. I know. I'm getting bruises I gotta get a blood test. I'm iron deficient for sure. Hi, Dill. Thank you, Talia. And I know that a bunch of my plans were centered around my 30th. So it's like, I can't beat myself up that much. I'm not gonna have that much time off ever again. Like, that was so, you know. Oh, wait, true, Ray. Probably that. Hi, Nona. Hi, Ren. Guys, thank you for all the resubs. That's very sweet. I had 2 weeks off. Like, I know I did some streams in Japan, but 2 weeks off PC streams is crazy. Hi, Jazz. How are you? No, I need to. I bruise so easy. I mean, I've always bruised easily, but yeah, I really got it. Like, what the hell? Oh my god! Maddie, thank you.
Lukey
Tier
Llama
3,
just
29
resubbed
months.
for 29
What the hell?
months.
And Harley, thank you for the biddies. What the fuck? Thank you. That's so kind. But lucky for you, I don't want to. Wait,
Mimi
did
is
they
the
reset
main
your
character
stream?
this evening/morning.
Guys, we mogged so much. I will be making a PowerPoint for you. I just didn't have time. I literally landed in Sydney and then had the festivities. This is my first time being back home. I was back home for 10 minutes. I quickly gave Mimi some love and I jumped on stream. Like, this is the first time I've been home. We need the tea. Guys, if you have any questions, please ask me. My brain is like mush, but I think my PowerPoint, when I do make it, I'm going to make it tonight. I'm just going to throw in some stuff and some word art. It's really not a big thing. But I think, yeah, once I do my PowerPoint and stuff, Chris also uploaded a best of Japan's moment that we can watch together on stream if you haven't seen it. Harley, thank you so much. Lukey, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much. You say goodbye to the Canadians? I didn't know where they were, but I did talk to them a few times. They were very sweet. Hi, Sushi. New color and everything. Oh my god. Eric, you got this. How exciting. What the hell? Favorite food? Was she mad at you for leaving? She wasn't mad, but she's just very sulky, but she did get looked after. She was very looked after. Sat for a haul. To be honest, I was look, full transparency, I had to behave. I didn't have, which, you know what, I didn't care about. Because for me, I just really wanted to be with friends and take photos. Like, I did buy some things, but I really behaved. I didn't have a lot of spending money. All I cared about was food, friends, and some blind boxes, and some cards, which we ripped together. So my haul's not that big, but you're going to have a huge haul with Sammy. Sammy has like 120 packs to open. So Sammy's stream's going to be the one you want to go for a haul. Sammy's the haul. And Chris and Shan. I think Chris, Shan, and Sammy has the haul. So yeah, you're gonna have a lot from them because they didn't stream as much as me. Yeah, because we kept getting packs from the Pokemon Center and I was just ripping mine. But I can show you the packs that I got. I think Latino Bob is with Whiskey.
Freedom 1022.
Rocket, hello. Chris was teasing. Yeah, there's so much. You're eating good with them. Crash, thank you for 13. I appreciate you. I'm so, yeah, fully loud is so exciting. Thank you so much. Alyssa, thank you for that gifted subby.
Put your ass away,
Winter,
child.
thank you for 56 months. Thank you guys.
Winter
Thank you
just
so much for
subscribed.
being here.
Welcome
I
home.
had so much time
Hey,
off.
Chat
I didn't know
Carl's
who was going to
Tower.
be here. Japan was fucking beautiful though. Like, the thing is, I'm not like, when I say like, oh, I didn't have that much money, like, I'm not cut about that. Like, if it was a different month, maybe I would have gone a bit more crazy. But at the same time, I didn't have space. And some things were the same price as Oz. So in my head, I'm like, I'm not really getting a deal. I can get this at home, if that makes sense. Like Pokemon cards, I was surprised. At the Pokemon Center, there were 300 Australian a pack. So maybe $1.50 USD. But you had limits and you couldn't buy boxes. And then when you go to stores to buy boxes, they were more expensive than Australia. So like, I didn't really, you know, want to spend money anyway. Like there was nothing really to spend money on, but I do have some stuff. So what I'm going to do, especially Sarah, because Sarah, I pulled a card for you, a really pretty card that I'm going to put in your delivery. It's very, very cute. It was off stream, so I'll have to show you that later. I did go to Don. Yep, I went to Don. Yes.
Phoebe Lan Harvey
Freedom,
just
hello.
resubbed for 24
I did
months.
get my hair cut
My
before
neck, my crack,
for my trip, and she cut way too much off, but that's okay.
Lots of love, doll.
Where's USD
Hope
to yen?
you don't go bald.
Yeah, USD to yen is crazy. Like, it was good for me, but it was even better for the guys. No, exactly. That's why, like, I'm not even saying it as like I'm sad. It's just like I didn't really see anything that I was like, yeah. But like, I did exactly what I said I would. I filmed for the vlog. I did 3 streams and I spammed. Like, I'm just proud of myself that I did what I said I would do. You know what I mean?
Put your ass away,
3G,
child.
the one in Osaka, I think.
Dustin 22
Don is
just
good.
subscribed.
Yeah, and plus, like, I did 50 hours of streaming last month, and that's compared to 120 hours. So it was like, I got to be responsible, but I'm proud of myself for being responsible because Carla in the past would have not been responsible, and then you know what I mean. So sometimes you just have to do. You just got to be good. You got to be good. You got to be good. No, lame is never uncomfy. Please, 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 guys. Sarah, you know better. I share everything with you guys. Please ask. I'm just being transparent and being like, I don't have a lot to show you.
It's Nikki
And that's
Beach
not a bad
just
thing.
subscribed.
I have a lot of digital stuff to
Welcome
show
back,
you.
doll, I missed that sweet,
know?
sweet face.
Okay. Hi, watch it. Hi, Nikki. Dustin, Kayla,
Put your ass
Dylan,
away, child.
Winter. Guys, this is the...
Watch it, girl, just subscribed.
What the hell?
Welcome back, bestie.
Thank
I hope you
you.
had a fantastic time with the buds.
I appreciate you. Yeah, the memories are... exactly, Nicole. Exactly. Hi, Burrito. I love it. You know me. No, seriously. No,
Kayla Ho
Alyssa,
just
I have
subscribed.
my
Welcome
my
back.
vlog to edit.
Missed you so much, Carl's
oh, I
love,
could edit
Carl's
that.
love, Carl's love.
I'll try. I have so much on this week already. 1,000. Thank you so much.
Put your ass away, child.
Katie, thank you for gifting up to Ryan and Terrell
1,000
and
flowers
Kaza.
just
Guys,
subscribed. Carl's love.
we've all been locked in, guys. Did I spam too much? I posted
Katibug
so much.
Thug has gifted a sub to Ryan Smoose.
Hi, Paris. Thank you. Thank you, gifters. That's so kind. And Georgie was so back. Posted a perfect amount. I was naughty. The guys were teasing me in a nice way. They're like, hey, you've posted a million times. I'm like, yeah, well, I love it. I love doing it.
Just resubbed for 11 months.
I can't wait to see the vlog. No, Grace. It's going to be a quicker vlog. I swear. That was one time with Melbourne packs because I didn't have enough content.
Away, child.
But I edited my New Jersey vlog quick.
Kazafras just subscribed.
This is different.
Carl's
How dare you
party,
post what you want
Carl's
on your
party,
account.
Carl's party.
Hey Mikey, how are you? Hey
Put
Cody,
your
thank
ass
you.
away, child.
So you mogging? Did you pack 18 Red Bulls? No, I didn't, but we had Red Bulls every day. Jamie, thank you so
back.
much.
Carl's
Megan,
dab,
thank
Carl's
you.
Hella, Carl's snubbed, Carl's alert.
Thank you guys. I appreciate all the resubs so much. Holy crap. Thank you. Pod, we're back. No, I'll probably end up, I'm gonna edit this week. Here's the thing, with vlogs, it's not hard to edit
618
because
just resubbed for 10 months.
I don't really cut a lot. Because you know how my vlogs are. My vlogs are very uncut gems. You know what I mean? My vlogs are very like, here's us chatting in a different country. Like, it's not, I don't really do like artistic vlogs. So if I can get, look, I'm not saying, look, who's to say? If I can get it up tonight, that would be amazing. But I want to get it up before I go to Melbourne. Trust me. I'm obviously pissed off at myself that I booked so much in November. And now I'm at this point where I'm like, I have to fulfill everything and I just want to stream for 50 hours. But it's okay because when I'm back from Melbourne, we're locked in for the rest of the year. And I'm so excited. And you get some weekend streams coming up as well. So you're still getting 20 streams this month, which is way more than last month. So yeah. My favorite food. Sorry, Emily asked this and then I got distracted. Okay, listen. The convenience stores in Japan, if you know, you know, are so good. Oh my god, Jeffy, baby, you look like you had so much fun. How was it, doll? Convenies rule. Sorry, Em. So we had 7-Eleven, Family Mart, Lawson's, a convenience store every morning. Because I'm not kidding, if you don't know, you can go to a convenience store and get the best sandwich of your life for $3. Like, it's crazy. It was amazing. So as much as that's a really shit answer, we love the convenience stores like so much. I had ramen for the first time, like proper ramen, fucking amazing. We got scammed a little bit at this this bar that had the best naan of my life but it was worth it. It was worth it. They charged us a bit more, and we were just, and there was no, like, there was a barrier, so we couldn't really, you know, it was fine. But, like, it was the best naan of my life. We had Persian food, best Persian food. I didn't try a lot of sushi because I'm not a raw fish girly. They had sushi that they loved. Oh my god, Hannah, so good. Ray, seriously. They are perfect. Oh, also Grinchy.
Be back in a few. But I
Thank
wanted
you.
to say hi and chastise you for not wearing my hoodie and feigning being
No, it's
hurt.
winter. It's coming
But
up,
it's
Mikey. It's
okay.
winter. I honestly
I'll
forgot
just
so many
cry
jumpers.
and never bring it
I
up
only had
again.
one jumper, Mikey. I was a dickhead. Winter's coming up. Don't worry. It's your time to shine. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate you. And Zayla, thank you so much. No, Axel, real. Real. It was so good, Nat. It was amazing. And the vibe was good. It'll be in the vlog. I'll show you. Was it a place where you brought up, they brought out a place, sorry, a plate of snacks for you in the beginning? That's common jam. You were expected to pay for it. No, they did bring me edamame, but they didn't charge us for the edamame. We found out it was the only place in Tokyo they charged a table fee. Apparently, it's a very common in Osaka, but not Tokyo. But they charged us per seat at the end of it, which we didn't know at the start. So when they first overcharged us, because I only had like, I think I had 13,000 yen in my bag, which is 130 AUD, and that was gonna last me like a hot minute. And we went there and we're like, oh, this food's so cheap, it's gonna be like 5,000 yen, hell yeah. And then we got the bill and it was something like 13,000 yen or something like that. And I'm like, why is it double what I thought it was gonna be? Like, I was like stressed out. It was just like, whatever. And then we did, I think that people ended up getting some drinks. So like, it was probably, I think they charged us maybe 4,000 over yen, $40 over. And then we went back. Now, wait, before you say it. Hi, Kaz, by the way. We only went back because I wanted the naan again. Because the naan is, I'll never have naan like that ever again, this cheese naan. But we like tallied everything down that we got. So when we went to the counter and he gave us, it was meant to be like 5,000 yen and he charged us 8,000 yen. So we showed him and we're like, what's the deal? And he was like, oh no, got his calculator out and he was like, table costs. So I was like, okay, I guess that's fine. Like, I honestly think he was only charging for a table because we were foreigners, because there was no one in the pub and it was like 12 a.m. So I honestly think he was just saying that, but also it's common in other places. So who am I? I don't know. Oh my God, Sully, that stream was a fever dream. Gamer, the strawberry sandwich, holy shit. Cheese naan. Do you have cheese naan in America? Taurus Tax, yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for all the resubs. I really appreciate that so much. Yeah, that's really kind. But in terms of foods, yeah. Yeah, no, for real. But we didn't know that, and then I asked some people, they're like, yeah, it's not really common in Tokyo, but maybe they're rolling it out. We've cheese everything here. True, so good. I just blasted my hole for fun. Guys, oh my God. I think I filled up my phone with content. So it'll be interesting. Hopefully the quality transfers over to my PC. But I think you'll like the vlog. Honestly, it's just a typical Carla vlog. It's more so focused on the people rather than, like, there's beautiful sights to see, but it's not going to be like a quiet vlog. Like, I know Sammy's doing a more artistic vlog with some talking in and out. I think Chris is doing the same, and then I'm doing mainly yapping. So you'll have different vibes. Just saw another Tushy ad before popping in chat. Yes! Hi Bean, how are you? No crusty holes in sight. Yeah, Axel, exactly. Yeah, I want to learn better. I actually want to learn proper Japanese. I like the language a lot. Were they fun? That makes me so happy. Hi dude, hi Connie, hi Tony. Please forgive me as well if I'm a little bit rusty when it comes to being a streamer. This is my first like proper, because I didn't really yap as much as I wanted to. Oh my God, there's a Japanese update to House Flipper 2. That's crazy. Miss your yap so much. Oh, I'm so excited. Like, I'm excited to yap. I'm gonna be fixing up my schedule for this month. So there'll be like this week's unfortunately another short week because I planned things back to back like a goofball. But that's okay because I'll still get in 3 or 4 streams and then I'll do what I need to do this weekend and then that's it. That's it. We're back to normal after that. So I'll be throwing in some weekend streams to make it up to you this week, this month, sorry.
Subscribe.
So you're still going to get your usual like 22 streams. So I mean that's good. That's different. I mean what did I do last month? Like 8? So I mean we'll take the 20 streams. Mimi's on my lap by the way. She's so warm.
Tazzy guest just resubbed for 18
She's so bloody warm.
months. Welcome back, Carl's Comfy.
Tazzy, thank you, Dole and Walker. Labu labu. Didn't meet the Tokyo Ghoul then. I am the Tokyo Ghoul. No, but seriously, it was actually really nippy. But it was funny how I was like, ooh, it's so cold. And then Sammy, who goes through like triple the amount of cold Japan is, was like, wow, this is a brisk summer day. And I'm like, oh my God, we live in 2 different places. I can't believe how cold it gets by you guys. That's crazy. But it was definitely cold. Like I would be rugged up to the 9s and still be cold. But yeah, that's okay. Anything above freezing feels nice right now. See, that's crazy. Oh my God. Oh, that's so cute. No. Aw. Cold is shorts weather. True. It's no 2 feet. What the hell? Yeah, Cody. And then I come back and it's raining here, but like it's so nice. Like it's just it's t-shirt weather. But summer's officially done, which thank the good Lord, because I hate summer in Australia. But no, the locals are really sweet. We kept brews. We kept having obviously broken conversations with some locals and bars and stuff. And it's so wholesome. They're so nice, and you can tell they're really excited to practice English as well. Like we're excited to try and talk to them, but they're just as excited to speak some English. So it's really wholesome over there. Very, very cute. Hey Em, hey. Haha, hey. How are you? Dylan, I'm so ready. Yeah, no, Jeffy, it was so wholesome. Yeah, we met so many people, honestly. We met an Aussie. That was crazy. We met an Aussie. It's like jacket weather here all week. Wow, and it's been raining. Yeah, it's been raining and humid here. Yeah, I can't believe how cold it is for everyone. It's funny though, because when you're in Japan, you'll see another foreigner. And I'm not even kidding. I know when it's an Aussie. I know. You can just tell. And then I'll say to Chris, I'll be like, that's an Aussie for sure. And they'll walk past. And you'll hear like, yeah, fucking yeah, fucking yeah. All right, I was right. Like, you can just tell their aura is so different. Also, I'm just booting up Ark purely to send my expedition. I don't know what we'll play today. We'll play something. But it's mainly Yaps today. It was so good. Like, I feel like some of you will agree with this. I had the best time, but there's something so wholesome about heading home as well. Like, I cried when I said goodbye to them. Obviously, I left first, but I was also like, I'm ready to be home too. Like, I'm over living out of a suitcase. You know what I mean? Like, it's the end of the trip where you're like, okay, I want more clothes. I want to work. I want to see my cat. I want to have a shower. I want to sleep in my own bed. Like, all those little things. No, Jeffy, I know. Because you live it up, babe. You live it up with Gaga. Of course you wouldn't. But I'm such a routine girly, and I was feeling a little bit, stressy because I think maybe this is another point of it. Maybe because I don't have holiday leave, I feel extra pressure and I just want to come home to just do what I need to do. I think I was trying to think back to when I had a normal job with like leave. If I was like more like, wow, probably. You know what I mean? But I think because I'm like, I gotta stream, I was just maybe ready to just get in my bed and stream and see Mimi and stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's something. I don't know.
boy
Bobby!
Wonder Bobby just resubbed for 55 months.
Thank you, doll.
Happy 55 months.
I haven't even slept in my own bed
so
yet.
much and hope you had a blast in
I haven't slept in my own bed yet. Tonight's the first night. Bobby, thank you for tier 3 and 55. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, I think knowing that Mimi's 14 next month and she's so clingy, I think that was on my mind. Like, if I lived with someone, I would probably be like, you know, I'd probably be more like, but I think because, you know,
subscribed. Carl's love.
I handle my house by myself. It was kind of like, shit, I have an inspection, I think, as well on the 4th. So I think I needed to come home because I had all these things I had to tick off. So I was just like, all right, I'm ready. But I want to go back to Japan so bad. Like, that's my favorite place I've been, hands down now.
Put your ass away, child.
Yeah, no, Pudge, that's fair.
Lady
oh,
Arian
Sarah, it's gonna
just
hit so
subscribed.
bad. Oh my
Carl's
god.
potatoes,
Faithy,
Carl's
hello.
potatoes.
Abby, I'm gonna probably shed a tear. Sloth, hello. Amy, thank you for 42. And Lizzie, 55 tier 2. Are you kidding me? Thank you for these girthy resubs, guys. Holy shit, I appreciate it. Thank you. Come with me. I'm ready. I'm just excited to I'm excited to get into a routine again, which I won't feel until next week. But I am excited to feel that. I'm very, very excited. So, yeah, I'll be really excited next week when I'm home, because we're going to the F1, which is really cool. But again, I booked this in November, not really putting 2 and 2 together, not going, okay, you have Japan then, maybe don't go, or maybe change your Japan dates. I was just very like, oh, everything will be fine, and then you get to the point where everything's planned and you're like, oh no. We have only practice tickets on Friday, which I'm still grateful for. Grandstand, which is cool. I'm keeping my eye out for, obviously, like, people wanting to get rid of a ticket. But in saying that, I think I'm just more than happy to go on Friday and then go to the fan zone. Oh, did I get demoted? Oh, I got demoted so bad. Okay, cool. Let me quickly, I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm not playing Ark. I'm just sending off my expedition because it's nearly done, right? Oh, there's heaps to do. Oh, yay. Okay. When does it head off? Catch up. Oh, I need money. Inventory value, rated coins. Oh, I need money. 8 hours. Oh, I have time. That's cool. I mean, I don't need 5 skill points. I'll take 4 skill points. That's okay. Girl, hop on Ark. Maybe. Wait, Mac, are you? What day are you going? I couldn't get any other tickets. In November, I got Friday practice tickets. It's Albert Park, yeah. You're going Friday? Wow! Oh, sorry. How exciting. How are you, by the way? I've got a 4-day grant. Oh, I'm so jealous. I want a 4-day pass so bad. There's some on, like, Marketplace, but, like, it's still a lot of money. Like, it's ridiculous. And the plane tickets were so expensive that I'm training up. It takes 10 hours. It was so expensive. I'm training Sydney to Melbourne. I'm still checking I know. I'm still checking the flights if something changes, but it's like so expensive. It's like something like 800 return each. But maybe I try and get a cheap ticket one way, so I don't. Because if I get a cheaper ticket on Thursday and I fly up, it means I can do a morning stream on Thursday. But I mean, it is what it is. It was so expensive. Guys, everything to stay in was, I mean, I stuffed up. But even so, it was already expensive when I booked in November. Everything was like 2 to 10K to book, like Airbnbs, hotels. I managed to get this Airbnb or this studio, actually like 10-minute walk from Albert Park for 600 for the 4 days, which is fucking unheard of. Like, that's crazy because everything was so expensive. We're going, we're leaving Thursday and come back Tuesday because it was cheaper to fly Tuesday. But I think it's more expensive now. Yeah, no, Zell. I got lucky. My Friday tickets weren't that expensive. It's more so the plane and the accommodation that I didn't think of because I've never been to F1. So I was like, oh, these tickets are pretty affordable. And then I didn't know about the hotel and the plane. Yeah, I didn't think of that. So that's my bad. I know next time. Oh. No, that's okay. Yeah, Mac, just let me know. I'll probably see you. What grandstand are you on? Store expensive tickets go. Yeah, duh. My bad. Yeah, the quali and the race. I wonder is that, what turn is that? She's back. Hi, Diet. How are you? Wait, I think we're near this. I think we're near each other. Wait, let me get this up. That'll be so funny. Max. Hello. I think it's Ticketmaster.
Put your ass away,
Let me
child.
see. Which I get.
Max
I don't
Steve
think
can
Jeffy's.
just
I don't think
subscribe.
Jeffy's coming. Right, Jeffy?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Hold.
Stacy _ just
Hold.
subscribe.
But we're gonna be in the fan zone. Oh, here we go. Look at my tickets. Let's see. Thank you. But can come out. Oh yeah, do. View on map. I'll tell you where I'm in. Oh wait, I think we're in the same thing. Wait, shut up. We're in the same area, Mac. What's your row? What's your row? That's so funny. Mike, I actually want to play Truck Sim soon, and I wouldn't mind doing a racing sim too if you'd watch that. Stacey, thank you for 49 and Max for 53. Your streak broke. It might have been my Japan streams. What the hell? No. Rox, thank you for the streak as well. What the hell? Yeah, let me know. We're in the same section. That's so funny. Well, I'm section whatever you said C. Yeah, that was so fun. Oh shit, Tazzy, that's why. Oh, that's why. Oh no. Yep. Yep. I agree. I'm section E, row G. Okay, I'm section M. Oh, I'm section C, row M. So I think you'll be on my right, which is funny. Just blame whiskey. Oops, sorry guys, my bad. Charlie, I've seen that. I've bloody seen that. Holy shit. Oh wait. What happened? Okay. I did miss the wiki stream. It was 3 AM. Oh, my bad. That's really bad. I'm gonna tell him that. He's gonna be like, oh shit, wait. I wonder if I'll call him if he'll answer. Let's see. Do you reckon he'll answer, or is he dead to the world? I'm gonna FaceTime him and tell him that he broke people's streaks. See what he says. He might not answer. If he answers. I don't think he will. He's probably so non-verbal. He did feel bad. Oh no! There's no reception. Okay, I will. That's crazy, Mac. That's so funny. One day I'll remember whose emotes are whose. What do you mean? He's so cooked. Okay, that's fine. Let's see if he calls back. Twitch says the stream must at least... Oh, what the hell? You're staying next to the Kaz? What? Mac, what did you pay, babe? What the hell? Hello? Tammy! How are you, doll? Good to see you. I usually would have booked near the cast too. F1 reception sucks. It kills the areas around it too. What? I didn't know that. Hi, Cole. How are you, doll? Oh, that made Jeffy excited. Mac? F1 I didn't know. Can we give Max subs? Cause Jesus. So this is the plan for the week. I'm gonna put it in my schedule. I think I already have, but like I said, I'm so sorry that I don't know, stuffed up my planning because I hate having. Oh, Tammy, thank you, doll. I'm just sending my I signed up for departure. I just signed up from you have skill points from previous expeditions to catch up on. Oh, okay. I just wanted to sign up for the expedition. Yay. Hello, girl. Hi, mama. How are you? Are you excited to see Sammy? How are you, doll? You didn't say a little thing about a little bit of food. I mean, we can. We can. Holy shit, we're going to the expedition as well. Snail, hello as well. No, camera's not different. You just never see me use full screen. I'm always never using full screen. Fine, Brett. Yeah, true, Zell. That makes sense. You don't want them to interfere with it.
You naughty
Cole,
boy.
thank you for gifting that sub.
Cole Elt Delete has gifted a
So
sub
excited. You
to
guys had so
Mama
much fun. It was
Hankster.
amazing. It was amazing. Like, it was so good to see Sammy too. There was a point. It was really sad. My last night. We're in this bar and Sammy turns to me and goes, I hate to say this, but I don't know when I'll see you again. And I was like, Sammy? She's like, well, we don't have an event coming up. And I'm like, Sammy, you can't break my heart like that. I was like, girl, what the hell? But no, it was really good. It was really good to be with my Shayla. Thank you, Walker. So sorry that happened again. I don't
Cole
know
Elt Delete
why that
has gifted
happened.
a sub to Base Monster.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'll get on that for you. Hopefully I got the refund as well. Tell her she needs to come to PAX. I know. Sammy's really cute. So Sammy is so down to come to Australia. She's like, next year, I'm down to come to Australia. And then Chris is like, no, you owe us one more New Jersey trip before I come. I'm like, no, I've been to New Jersey twice, brother. I've been to you twice. You can't. But Sammy's down. Sammy's down. No, you both should come to Australia. Yes. Honestly, Sammy would eat Australia up. And their dollar goes well here too. Cole, thank you for gifting a sub to Mama Hankster and Sloth. That's really kind. Thank you. And Stacy. Thank you, guys. They turned to fly 20 hours. Fungus, thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm very excited. So I know I've been saying this a lot, but I really do mean it. Obviously when the F1 is done, it's hard for me to be like, this is my plan when I'm going to be off again in a couple of days. I'm so excited just to be home, to stay put. I also have a wedding 4 hours away at the end of this month. I'm so excited just to be home. But yes, Commander, get your ass here. Shambo, hello. Locke, hello. Ezra. But no, anyway, so I can't believe, yeah, Tammy sent that. I'm scared. How many players again, Tammy? 4? What thing would you show Sammy in Australia? I would show her the Blue Mountains, for sure. I think she'd love the Blue Mountains. I would show her our beaches. Obviously, Darling Harbour, you gotta show people Darling Harbour. You have to. Like trails, I think. Honestly, I just wanted to try food here too. She's wearing that shit she wore in Japan. Yeah! Wait, that's my shirt! Actually, that's my mogging shirt. There she is. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Luigi. 2-player or solo? Ooh, good to know. Okay. Noted, noted. Shirt, not shit. She's wearing that shit she wore in Japan. I traveled 2 hours into the big city to meet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bondi, Manly, Hungry Jacks. Honestly, Diet, I'd protect her. Luna Park Sid. Oh, the gong would be funny. Anyway, sorry. Hold. Bleeding exception. Okay, noted, Mac. Noted. I'm excited. No, it's so nice to be home, Cole. I'm literally home for 2 nights before I go again. 2 nights, 3 days. But I'm seeing, look, if I can find a cheap ticket and I cannot train for one of the ways, I'm going to do that so I can save some time. Because if you guys are late to the conversation, plane tickets were so expensive that I booked a 10-hour train to Melbourne. It was pretty affordable. It was much more affordable than a plane. But yeah, if I can plane on one of the ways, that would just save so much time for me. All good, Bobby. Do what you need to do. I'm just yapping. A little bit of Guzzy. Oh, she'd love Guzzy. You're wild. I know it's so expensive, Mac. Like coming back from, like, I couldn't afford Japan and F1 priced tickets. Like it was nearly $1,000 just to get there, and then the hotel was going to be like a couple grand, but I managed to find something cheap. I was just like, there's no way I'm forking out $1,000 to go to Melbourne. Like that's crazy. It's always like 300 max return. So it'd be 20 hours. So it'd be 10 hours there, 10 hours back. But if I can cut out one train, that would be sick. $550 return. Oh, that's much better. Oh my god, I'd pay $550. I think one way would be maybe $350, $400 one way, maybe. Not trying to move to Mel, but I'm like, how? No, I'm trying to move to Mel. Yeah, it's a lot. Hi, CD. Good to see you. Wish you luck on the train. Yeah, I'd probably like to maybe fly there and train back instead. Like, do one way. If we win at the Cas, that's crazy. Not win at the Cas. You cheeky. Can everyone move to Melbourne? Let's go. Hi, Zell. Hi, Pi.
Put your ass
It was the
away,
best,
child.
Pi. It was great. I'm going to start the vlog tonight. I honestly could get it done. I have so many... I have so much footage, but I don't really edit my vlogs. I just trim the fat. So I could probably get it done tonight. It's just, I hope the footage looks nice. Downloading from Google Drive. Punk, thank you for 20. How are you? There's no Wi-Fi or reception on the train. Or PowerPoints. It's a 40-year-old train. So I can't. Otherwise I would. I could probably do it in Japan. Their Wi-Fi was good. Oh my god. Okay, CD. I gotta lock in. I need this. Kalina Cappuccina. I can't even stream with Gran until next week because I won't be here Friday. So I'm going to be updating my schedule for this week. So it's going to be a short week. Don't like that, but at least we get some yaps in before I go. When I'm back next week, we are locked in for the rest of the year. Very excited. I didn't punk. Was it good? CD, not much actually. Guessing the train wasn't Japan to Australia. No, imagine though. Yeah, no, Nero. Real. Kawa, hello. Hi, Cass. It was good. You can talk about, oh, I don't know if people haven't watched it, but, really. What else do I want to say to you guys? Let me see if I have any photos I haven't seen. Let me have a look-see. Let me see. What haven't you seen? There's a lot you haven't seen. I gotta make like there was a strange man at the front of our Airbnb. But apart from him, you've seen pretty much everything. Why? Chris always takes the worst photos of Shan and I. Like, he'll be like, Carla, and I'll look, and it'll be like... It's like a running joke that Chris never takes good photos. He always catches us when we're like...
Put your ass away, child.
If so, how do you edit them?
Allegedly,
Wait,
just
from my...
subscribed. Missed you SM, but I hope Japan was a blast.
Oh my god, thank you. Nero, hold that thought. Hold that thought. That's Fritz too.
Put your ass away, child.
Sierra, thank you so much.
Alec
And
family
Punk
just
and
subscribed.
Alec.
My
Guys.
wife beat me to our resubs.
So many, yeah, honestly, it's always like, although I will say, Luke, Sammy's husband, trained to the nines. He takes the best photos. It's so cute. Luke will be doing this. We'll be like, can you take a photo of us? And Luke's like, And we're like, oh, 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 okay, cool. Guys, we had the funniest night. Listen, we had the funniest night in Japan. I made Luke laugh so hard that we may have fallen over at the dining room table. I don't know if Sammy's mentioned this, but it was honestly like it was after karaoke. We did 3 hours of karaoke. Sis, it was good. It was so good. The word of the, I'm so sorry in advance, but the word of the trip was glit. G-L-I-T. I'll explain that at a later date. Yeah, if you want to pick that up and use that for yourself, go for it. I love it. I love it. Oh, guys, Chris, the one thing you'll see in my vlog a lot. Wait, actually, do you want to watch Chris's video together? Who hasn't seen it? Chris said I should watch it on stream. It is 20 minutes though, so it's up to you if you want to be sat and watch it together. I don't know who hasn't seen it. Big Lit Summer. I haven't watched earlier, but it was very funny. I haven't watched the other half of it. I've watched the start of it. I'm set to watch it again. Oh my god, really? I mean, if you're down, we can. It's 20 minutes though, so it's whether you can be bothered for 20 minutes. Yeah, Chris was like, hey, watch this on stream. I cackled the whole time. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. And I know I've said this for the last few months, and you're like, yeah, right, Carla. But trust me when I say, and have belief in me, I am just like, I think Japan really, I haven't watched Heated yet. Japan, I think anytime you travel, you realize stuff, and it makes you lock in when you travel sometimes. You're like, okay, I really gotta do better. And again, I know I say this a lot, and I know a lot of you are like, girl, it hasn't even been a year since, you know, like, it's been a year, babe. And before it even happened, it was a year. You know what I mean? We've had years. And, like, don't beat yourself up. Like, it's okay. Like, I know that I still streamed, and I think that's really great that I still did that, at least. Like, I didn't lose sight of streaming. Like, at least I did that. But, like, I really just miss YouTube, and I miss editing so much. I'm being nice to myself, don't worry. I'm saying it in a nice way. I'm saying it in a nice way. And I just really want to pump out content like I used to. Like, I used to be a content machine. Obviously, I got to do it in a way that has work-life balance. But I just really want to give you guys as much as I can, more than what I've been giving you. And I know everyone is so lovely, and you're like, that's enough. But, like, no, I want to do more. So, we're so back soon, okay? We're so back. Yeah, it's good to feel inspired, for sure. It's good to feel inspired. Guys, I really want to watch this, if I can say that. I've seen 8 minutes of it. So I think it would be really cool to watch this together. Chris told me to do it. Chris told me to do it, and I was like, you know what? That could be really fun. I don't know if I should have my cam on or not. But, maybe I'll turn my cam off. But anyway, I might turn it back on and on for certain things. Yeah, like and subscribe. And honestly, I'm gonna put my whole glit into it. I'm gonna try and just finish my vlog tonight. I don't think it will be that much editing. It's just a lot of downloading I have to do. Anyway, let's go. Let's watch it together. That's how I felt when I got back from America. I know. I'm acting on it. When I'm back from Melbs, it's so over. All right, let's go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, wait, Chris. Everyone like it.
I found you by watching. I was like right behind you. Wait, bro, actually stream sniped me.
I literally stream
That was the
sniped
most stream sniping thing ever.
Yeah.
Hey man, watch your content.
I was like, okay, he's maybe 40 seconds delayed. Okay, he just passed the blade, so I'm behind.
Stream sniper.
Bro, this is cool as hell.
Bro, this is crazy. The fact that we're in Japan on a live stream is so stupid.
What is?
Just like the fact, like,
Wait,
that's like us.
Wait, why are we here? Why are we here?
Tallest man alive.
No one knows you and I got a forked up 3 weeks ago.
No, I was thinking as we were walking there, I was like, I bet you like probably 10K people here probably killed me for it.
I've never heard Chris happier.
But yeah, Chris isn't. I think Chris is crying.
Yes! That's so good.
What? Huh? Bro, am I bugging? Oh, Virginia. Dude, that's insane placement. Chris, you got it. This is you. Look at this.
Virginia? Oh. Why? I'm not from Virginia.
Wait, here's me holding it, and then you hold it, Chris. That's what I
Wait, that's actually hilarious.
And then pass it back to me. Give back.
It's
like shrinking.
It's the angle.
Yeah.
The angel.
Wanna try orange?
Were they
Kit Kat?
nice or they
What is this?
Orange Kit Kat.
here.
That's fucking weird. I like it though. Okay.
Item of food that's
Not
even
one
been
thing.
mid. Like everything has been like out of this world.
Yeah.
Are you looking at his hairline? What's going on?
That's not his hair.
Bro, I said that earlier. I said, why do you have a bowl cut?
Wait, let me see.
Children should be here for 10 years. That's not his hair. There's no way.
Wait, can you hold that closer to the camera?
What?
There's no way in hell.
No, look, that doesn't look like him, right? Look, that looks like AI. But it's not. It's a direct clip from the Instagram.
There's no shot. When did that happen?
It's like the camera made me look worse.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm confused.
He's giving bowl cut.
It looks like a clip-on.
He's got clip on.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Clip-on bangs.
Hey, guys, am I ugly?
No.
Yeah, we've had
Peaches and cream.
the strawberry and cream sandwiches like 10 times already.
Oh, very good.
Egg sandwich.
Hi, Limey. Hi, Sarah. Oh my god. Wait, I want to show you something I got. I just realized.
What is it?
Where's my
Tell me.
Where's my Mimikyu that I got?
Oh. You leave it in a bag?
Bella.
Right there. Right there.
Two.
Is that it?
Yes. You're my good.
What are you laughing at? Bro's giggling. Bro's giggling.
Giggling with his feet on the wall. That's. Wait, you bought that? Yeah. Oh my
I
god.
love the bows on
I
it.
know.
Oh, that's really cute.
That one.
Oh, yeah.
What? Nothing.
Isn't that cute?
It looks funny.
Isn't that adorable?
Bro's a weird guy. No. Are you?
No,
You're
it's-
giggling a lot.
Yeah, because I'm an 8th wind.
So cute.
Oh, wind.
Wait, you want to go?
So
you wanna
cute.
Bro's playing Fortnite.
8th wind?
That's my goat.
Bro, there's no way that's your hair.
Bro, stop. Carla, did you show them? Did you show them who followed Chris around at the store?
Oh, dude. There was,
Stop.
this,
What are you talking about?
there was this weird person before who was following me around after the
Wait,
trading
did
card
we
store.
Wait, at what? At
No,
what?
at the card shop. So I walked up the stairs.
What are you talking about?
Okay, at the first card shop we
Yeah,
went to, where
yeah.
Chris got majority of these packs, there was
Yeah.
like someone weird, just like kind of like
Like
sulky.
looming.
And they said, can you buy me cards? They said that.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
This is
show chat?
show chat first. Sheds and tears.
Is that what they look like? Is that a recreation?
You know, that was them. That's a picture of them.
That was the person. Wait, that was such a good bit.
Let me see. Did you believe us?
Sammy believing you. Chris. The tear is
She was crying. I believed you 100%. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, it was a weird guy.
That's not no, guys. That's Carla.
That's Carla, bro.
Chris face at me.
She's crying.
You believing that was gonna go.
God, he's edited Carla.
When Chris first told me, I didn't know what he was talking about because he face apps me all the time. And seeing that's just the funniest thing in the world.
Wait, you know what's crazy though? This morning, I woke up.
Did you see that guy that was asleep
Yeah,
outside our place?
yes, that's what I'm saying. We went on a walk this morning, and there was a dude asleep on the doorstep.
Like I'm leaning against our door.
Yeah, he didn't get us a door.
What?
Yeah.
That
Show 'em.
No, it's the way that I believed you in the first 5 seconds. It's crazy.
I need a Gengar hat.
I keep being like, why are you guys not telling me these stories?
Same as like, why do Christmas keep running into
Oh my
like
God, my tummy.
unsavory characters in Japan? Meanwhile,
Guys,
it's
that's
just-
me high on NyQuil. Oh god, it's so funny.
The winged eyeliner is fucking funny.
Yes.
Oh, the people from Canada. I got.
I love.
No, we met this really.
No, we actually did.
This is a serious
This
story.
is an actual story.
We met a really cute couple from Canada.
Oh.
They're a little older though, I think.
No,
This is
they were
serious.
younger than us.
No, they were
They're
like.
so big.
They were 24.
No, they were not 24.
No, they were literally 48 and 62.
He's okay.
No,
they were
this
40.
is a serious story. These are the Canadians that we met. It's a serious story. The way that you're so adamant, you're like, no, bro. Like, they were younger than us. I was in this photo, Oh my god, guys, it's a true story, but that's crazy.
A car cheaper in Japan, so here's the thing. Some of the singles were cheaper, but the booster boxes were the same, if not more expensive.
Was it 360 yen each?
For the
Yeah,
pack, the little
so-
pack?
So single packs were like $3.50 AUD. $3.50. Chris, please.
Nothing.
$3.50.
That's just his natural state.
Nothing.
But booster boxes were
What?
booster boxes were real. Booster boxes were really expensive.
I don't remember this.
No, it was the guy.
What the hell?
It was the guy who threw a cigarette at me and said, "No, I wanted that."
No, he didn't mean to throw it at you.
No, yeah, he dropped it and went, "I wanted that."
And that's him.
That was him. That's him.
Honestly, we're just high on 20 kilograms. What? What? No.
No, you're not ready. Shane, you're not ready. Shane, you're not ready.
That's a real person. That's the Rizzler's dad.
That's Phil.
That's literally a real dude.
Wait, the H3 podcast guy. No, I don't want to be him.
Oh my god.
I don't want to be him.
Ethan Clark.
That dude walks back and forth on the sidewalk and goes, "Hey, where you going?"
Where you going? I'm walking
Hey.
here.
Pissing by yourself there, babe.
You
Hey,
need help again?
You need help to piss or no?
You need help, or
What are we doing tomorrow?
Pokemon Cafe?
Pokemon Cafe. Banth guys came through and clutched harder than I've ever seen them clutch, even more than Egg Game. So there was a cancellation, I guess, like last minute. So we got everyone reservations for the Pokemon Cafe, which is impossible to do.
Wait, did you see the person that Vance stole the reservation from though?
Doesn't matter.
No, show me the picture.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
No, okay, guys, there was like.
No, it's actually a pretty sad story. So this
Yeah.
person, well, you tell it.
Okay, well, so Vance was like trying like the past couple days to get us reservations because we sort of fumbled it. You're supposed to do it like 2 weeks in advance, and then Vance overheard some tourists talking about going to Pokemon Cafe, and then he convinced them to go another day. And then I wasn't there, but he told me you should have seen the person's face when Vance did it though.
It was the dude outside of Tokyo Disney, the redhead.
Oh.
The redhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is
Yeah.
that the guy that he's...
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was raining.
But you know what's so funny is the chat stood still for 2 minutes waiting for you to post. Because they're like, dude, Vance is a piece of shit. Like, he stole the reservation. I'm like,
But look at this one.
oh, man.
Do you know who this is?
Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
I actually don't remember what I did to this.
What did you didn't do anything to that. That's wrong.
Is that just,
That's wrong.
is that just you?
say ew, bro.
Ew, and it's just your face. Ew, and it's just you. That's crazy.
Someone said Mr. Beast. I'm out, dude.
Yo. What's going on, guys? So today we are in the hospital. We gave $10,000 to 10,000 nurses.
That's just you. I can smell you from here.
Your feet reek this
Your
whole
feet
time.
actual reek.
No, you smell.
Wait,
You're like Australian smell.
Wait,
No,
who's-
you
wait,
smell.
I thought my feet smell bad.
No, she does.
No,
Hers
no.
actually does.
I
Do my
don't.
feet smell bad? She's farming. Wait, stop, please, go, stop. Stop.
Was that real?
Stop, please.
Wait, what? It's 20k.
He's gonna end it.
It's 20k steps.
It's not even that bad.
There's a bit of a pong.
Oh!
It's a bit of a
Give
pong.
me yours. Give me yours.
Wait, let me smell mine first. Oh, they smell great.
He's lying. He's trying to have a. He's trying to sell it. So you're.
It smells
so,
fine.
I know it smells like Chick-fil-A.
It doesn't.
I'm not even
Wait, you
kidding.
cancel.
I'm not even kidding.
Wait, I don't stretch this way.
Wait, why are you guys smelling each other's feet?
Oh wait.
No, I swear to God.
Nah, I've been to Shibuya. Oh no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Smell it.
I'm not smelling your toe.
Come on.
No,
give
it
me
smells
yours.
like Chick-fil-A.
I know. I actually will get sick. I think.
Okay.
Wait, did you show them the person who was
Yeah. The guy who asked for pics of your feet. This dude was like, "Hey, do you think I could have a pic of your foot?"
Is that? Who is that?
This guy?
Is that Guy Fieri?
No, that's Fi Gary.
That's great.
Is it good? That's real nice.
Oh.
Hold up.
Oh shit! Okay, I don't know how to stop. Can't stop me.
He's infected.
Stop me. I'm gonna get.
She's wearing my jacket.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry. But the Labubu looks kind of fire. Looks around.
She said, "Do you want a bag?" And I said, "Daijoubu desu." Yeah. And then
Do you want me
she
to
hit
make your
back
sandwich,
in
or you're going to
Japanese.
sit in the park?
Ooh.
Sorry, I just interrupted you.
No, you're totally fine.
You don't have to make the sandwich. We got this.
You guys are bringing the vibe everywhere. Did you tell them about the Canadians we met?
We were in line to get crepes and we met these two. Actually, I tried to tell them yesterday, and I just showed a picture of FaceApp Carla, so I couldn't. I couldn't. Wait, I actually have a picture of the couple. I mean, yesterday I went up to them. I said, "You guys know any cool bars?" And we chopped it up.
Yeah. No, they were really nice. And then we ran into them again this morning.
Yeah.
They're getting haircuts later. That's what they look like.
And that's them.
Wait, yeah, hey, man. Who's getting a haircut here? The bald guy?
Yeah, he's getting a haircut.
Okay. Oh wait, I've been using my hotspot this whole time.
Wait, somebody please screenshot that. Screenshot that, please. That needs to be a sticker immediately. Kawaii.
Hey, pile. Guys.
I said
Guys, we did have one situation. There's been this guy following Carla around.
Oh, do you want me to show him?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude,
He was on the subway station.
I almost hit him.
Yeah, there's this guy that's been. Yep, there he is.
I swear to
Bro, this guy keeps following me on the train.
Jamie had to hold me back. I was
Crazy.
Gonna go
No, because like he's being weird.
He's being so strange.
But then I saw him with his partner, I think it was.
No.
Remember the-
No. No.
Guys, look. That's crazy. I saw him with his partner at the beach. Crazy.
Hey, pile. How are we doing on this fine evening?
Yeah. Wait. What time is it there?
You're 194 viewers. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wait,
No,
man,
we were-
you
we
got
were-
recognized, bro. I took a picture of the viewer.
Stop! I was like, wait, really?
Bro,
He
it's
keeps looking
funny
at
every
me.
time.
Isn't that stanky?
Oh God.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Chris, I'm stanking it up.
Guys, how are we doing today?
Chris, flip it. Flip it shit on.
Oh.
Heat arrival. Oh, the toy was okay. So Carla refuses to use the.
This
bidet.
stream was a fever dream. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, I think.
Wait, do a live reaction of the bidet. Just film your face.
No, that's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. Are you actually going to? Yeah. Okay. Don't bring chat though.
No, we should bring chat.
No, I feel like you can.
You can.
Also, let's have boys night for a second.
So which one? Which one?
Okay,
Like, what
so
button is it?
it's the
I'm
one that
scared.
looks like this. Look.
Is the arse in it? The
Yeah,
button?
yeah, the butt. So it's the
It's
middle.
both.
I'm really scared.
So okay, don't. Why are you covering your pussy? Like that?
Bro, I'm going to bed.
Okay, wait.
Why'd you say that? First we heard the pussy.
I say that all the time.
Alright, I'm gonna.
Girl, so there's.
Is it one with the button? Is it the button?
So there's one.
I'll say.
There's three buttons. There's one with like a butt, and make sure you turn the power up, and then you can move it so it massages you.
We're about to nut.
I'm just too big.
Have we seen any K-pop merch?
She just went, ooh.
Wait, hold on. Did you guys hear that? What? Oh god. Wait, how was it? Guys, this is Carla's reaction to using a bidet for the first time. She's had a dry hole this whole time.
She's a drywall.
Should we do step by step what happened?
Oh no.
What do you mean step by step?
So, I sat down. Okay. Hole exposed.
Yeah.
I touched the button, and I could hear like.
No, it takes a while to start up the stream.
And I was like, okay, maybe it's broken. Went to get up.
No, bro, it takes a minute to cook.
Okay, get up. And then it squirted my hole.
Yeah, it does that.
So, it was warm.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, no shit.
And it squirted so vividly that I went, whoa!
No. We heard you. Yeah, we were like, oh, she felt it.
Yeah.
Say sorry.
No, we heard you. What do you say? We heard you went, whoa! What do you say, psych? Maybe I heard you, bro. The whole chat heard you.
Don't say psych when it
No,
chatted.
you went, whoa, whoa.
No, chat, did you hear my whoa?
They might have heard it. Wait, how was it though?
Anyway.
Was it good?
Did they hear it?
No, I mean, guys, did you hear that?
Did you hear it?
No, but was it good though? Did you like it?
Okay, so it wasn't bad, but it was very like
No, it's a little uncomfortable at first. So you're like, what the hell's that?
because it was so wet.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Okay.
And then you use the fan to wipe to.
There's a fan?
Yeah,
I
bro.
just dry wiped.
No, it blows your ass.
You use the fan?
What is a fan? Guys, I'm gonna use the feminine squirt.
Hey, why are you doing what Whiskey did? And you yelled at him for that?
Because my birthday box.
Hmm.
I got my box clean.
Wait, my birthday. What are you looking forward to next? That's a good question. I don't know why you're worried about the onsen. Guys,
I
Chris
remember
for some reason
saying
thinks
that.
the onsen bath, I'm just gonna stare right at his dick and balls. Like, I'm just gonna like.
You're gonna at least know what's up. What's up?
Yeah, but I don't care, bro.
Yeah, but what if you know that?
Okay, so for people who don't know, an onsen is like it's like a bathhouse, and you have to be like they require to have dick and balls out. And honestly, they might not even let us go in because we have tattoos.
If I'm
You don't have a tattoo.
If I had
tattoo.
no, listen.
Yeah,
if
right.
I had a penis, I'm talking shaft
like
and ball.
like a glitterous.
If I had a glitterous, I would be going, boys, let's go to the onsen.
That's what
I'll
I'm
do this.
saying. I don't know if you
Don't
okay,
do that.
okay, hold on.
And then I get my glit out, and I'll just hang with the boys. Maybe I'd like poke it.
What are you saying?
It's like
What is she saying?
it's like a spot.
Hey, enough sugar bread.
So we might do that tomorrow. But honestly, I want to get.
What is she saying? Okay, do something crazy. Oh. You looking Big Justice's sister.
What's it funny? Stay quiet.
That's why.
Stay quiet, ready? Silence, don't laugh. Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
Chris said he's bored. Not on my watch.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
know what's funny? I was just trying not, like, the heavy breathing is me laughing. I couldn't. It was just so funny.
Dude, I just bidet my hole for fun.
Wait, Sammy, didn't that guy chase after you last night?
Oh yeah, there was
Down
a
the
really
street?
weird creep that chases. Oh yeah, we didn't tell that story yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Tell the
yeah.
story.
So there was this really weird creep. He was just like sprinting around, like chasing us. It was like super strange.
Really weird.
And this was him. See that?
Yeah, we said stop, and he just was like,
And he was like, and then.
Guys, he's mogging. Wow. Wow. Kush, our goat. That was amazing. Wow. Guys. That was so fun. What the hell? God, my tummy hurts rewatching, like, memories. I think I'm gonna turn some of the streams into YouTube as well, because so much happened in those streams that I want it on the internet forever, you know? Oh wait, I am. It's clean though. I washed these. Guys, I'm living out of my suitcase. I haven't been home until today.
Put your ass away, child.
Wait, I am.
Apparently you just subscribed. Actually
That's so
incredible
funny.
that
Okay,
you
so
had
photo
so
editing.
many
So-
run-ins with strangers
Oh my God,
and also
wait,
got
Leah.
photos of all of them.
Yeah, it's crazy, Leah, that we managed to snap so many people that wronged us in Japan. We got photos. Leah, thank you so much for 2 years. That's crazy. I appreciate that. Thank you. So some photos were taken on Shan's camera and Whiskey's camera. Whiskey, I think, edited it himself, or it was just the camera's built-in filter. And then Shan's, we didn't really do anything to. We maybe up the contrast a little bit, or the shadows. For my post, I use an app called Tezza, and I put a filter on it that didn't really change much. It just added a little something something. Or some of the photos are just raw as well. Like some are raw and some have a light filter on it, or some Whiskey's filter. So we didn't do any crazy edits. Yeah. We do like it raw. Raw. Onto a hit list. Oh, great. I know when someone wrongs me, I make them pose for a pic. That's what I'm saying. Exactly right. So my plan is, first of all, to get my VOD up as soon as possible. I really want to pop a Red Bull tonight and get it up tonight. So your morning, if you're in the States. Like, that's my goal for today. And then I also want to take the VODs from our streams and turn that into videos as well, because so much happened on them that I feel like that needs to be on the internet forever. So, Pixel, no! No, I won't, no, I promise, because I'll probably aim to finish stream by 5 p.m. tonight, and then obviously spend time with Mimi and do laundry and stuff, but I'm just going to download all of it. Usually with my vlogs, the longest part is just putting them in a timeline, because I don't do any crazy edits for my vlogs, because I want it to feel like, kind of like how my New Jersey vlog felt. It was like just very like home video type of vibe. I didn't try any flavors, Punk. I'm a zero sugar girly. I'm not really into the flavors. But I don't think I saw anything exclusive to Japan. Pixel, I had a good sleep last night. I had a great sleep. I didn't stream the other day because I was going to do an hour stream on my phone before a birthday. And I honestly didn't sleep well. And I just couldn't talk. And I was like, oh, they deserve better. Like, I don't want my first stream back to be like, hey, guys. A perfect meal needs no sauce. Exactly. Exactly right. Hi, Tony. How are you? Hello. So yes, I got to figure out what I want to play today. I don't mind like an art cat, but I feel like I should play either do some like chill loops that way I can talk, or
1 year with the clump.
or a simulator, like go
Welcome
back to
home,
theater
my
sim or
love.
something.
I hope you had so much fun. Carl's love, Carl's kitty kiss.
Oh, Nate, it's definitely like both. It's definitely both. How are you, by the way? Good to see you. Hold that thought. Reese, thank you so much for a year. How are you? And Leah for 2 years again. Thank you so much. Guys, all the subs, I really appreciate it so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Like more sim. Oh, more sim sounds fun. Scooch, you know what? I've thought about it. I just don't know how much chatting I would do, but if people are interested in that, if people are interested in me editing and I'm not yapping that much and we're doing stuff together, I'm down. Like, it's just hard for me to stream and not chat, you know? But if you're down for that, I'm down for that. Hi, Kat. How are you? I do want to play Resident Evil. Is it okay that that's my first Resident Evil or no? Cat Cafe Sim. I don't know what I feel like. I really feel like yapping mostly. I did see that we're finally getting a map for Trickster, which is really, really cool. I'm so excited about that. Oh, I did see, isn't there a, there's a game that I wanted to play, and it's, is it, maybe it's not on here. I gotta find it. My boy! 50 minutes work, 10 minutes. True. You know what I've always wanted to do? Oh, the gnome game. Isn't it? Is it with people? Because I want to play that with Gran, I think. For Mimi's birthday. Mimi's birthday is... I mean, I technically can do a birthday... Actually, let's play it on Mimi's birthday. It's the 12th. So the 11th for you. Maybe I'll play cat-themed games on Mimi's birthday. No game with Gran. Yeah, I think I'll do that with Gran next week. That's what I was going to say. When I'm back from Melbs, I'm so excited just to settle into stream routine. There'll be a week. It's not this weekend, not next weekend, the weekend after, I'm pretty sure. You're going to have 5 or 6 streams, which is so normal and exciting. Next week, you'll have 4. This week is 3 or 4 because I'm going to Melbourne. And then, yeah, I'm doing a bonus weekend stream. So next weekend and the weekend after, you're getting a bonus weekend stream. Yay! But yeah, so my goal is to bring weekend streams back at least twice a month. And I also want to just spam YouTube. Like, I just need to. It's not that I haven't wanted to. It's just been, I've been in a weird, like, Hi, Jules, by the way. Sorry, I knew it was you. I didn't notice you switched to Josie. I love that. Ooh, that's fun. I like Where's Wally games. Emily, Cause of a joke. What happened? What's the joke? What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's not that I haven't been wanting to. I've just been, I felt like, what's the word? Like a paralysis? With like, I'll stream and then as soon as I finish stream, I'm like, don't have any spoons for anything else. Which I don't like, because I was never like that. But obviously there's circumstance and reason for it. I've had that for like a year now. But I'm inspired. I feel like Japan inspired me, which is cool. Which I knew it would. Hi Frey. Thank you, doll. How are you? Gnome game with Chris. I think Chris does want to play the gnome game. And I want to play the alien game as well. Crispy, Sammy, and Chris, sorry, have been wanting to play that alien game for so long. So probably like next week, maybe I'll get the squad together. And we want to play Lockdown Protocol again. Yeah, Pixel. I hope it does, because like, I know, and I know a lot of you know if you were here last, like 2023, 2022, like I did everything. Like I did YouTube, I did socials, but like I really just gotta work harder, and smarter, but I do need to work harder. Like I can't expect to keep my channel thriving and growing if I don't post on socials, if I don't do YouTube. Like, I really got to put my whole ass into it, and I haven't been. So, yeah. Wait, excuse me. It just popped up. I'm so scared for Reanimal, Tammy, but I'm so excited. A brother and sister go throh Heldery to rescue their missing friends. Wait, Chris, do you want to play Reanimal with me? Thank you, Tammy. Oh my god. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then Nona, a building full of cats is a hidden object game where you need to pet all the cats in the building. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. We gotta pet the cats. Thank you, doll. I appreciate that. Oh, it requires base game? Oh, okay. What game do I need for that one? What the hell? I'll get the base game. It says I can't accept it without the base game, Nona, so I'll look at that after stream. No, it's been good, Sush. Like, honestly, I really love spamming. Like, I couldn't help it. I posted way too much in Japan, but I love doing that. Also, Ping, I hope you're well and you can hear this. We played darts. You took a bunch of videos. Oh, shit, Emily. Yes, I gotta send them to you. They're so funny. They're so, so funny. I have to do the edit for it. Alex, hello. How are you? Hello, hello. So, are we thinking I play some casual DBD so we can still yap? Because that's the one game that I can yap so well with. But we can, like, we have something in the background, but we can still talk. Are you down for that? And then maybe I play something later? I didn't really plan anything crazy today, but I promise this is something I've been thinking about for a while, and I know you guys know about it, is probably starting next week, the week after, we will be having a sim day again. We used to do, like, sim Saturdays. Obviously, it won't be on Saturday, but simulation day is coming back. I miss them so much. I love Ark dearly, but I need to do more variety. So we're definitely bringing back sim whatever. I'll think of a day. Sim Saturdays, yep. Ark is still going to be played, but I need to do more variety. It makes me happy, and it makes everyone else happy as well. I am also bringing back Truck Simulator. That is a sim, but for me, like, that's a different ball game because of the wheel. So I really want to do more truck sim soon. Gladiators. The bundle I sent you.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh, interesting. No. Okay, all good.
Banana Hammock Consuela just subscribed.
I've heard about that, Freedom.
Welcome back, Carls.
Yusuf, hello.
Hope Japan was fun and then some. Carls love you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Terry needs to be back. Mimi scared the shit out of me. I saw a shadow. Hi, Ray, as well. Guys, thank you so much for the resubs. Holy God. Guys, it's so weird hearing alerts. We didn't hear my alerts in Japan. We're so back. We're so bloody back. Put her in gear, brother. Yeah, I have so many plans for stream. From Japan alone, I think I'll have 4 YouTube uploads minimum, which is really exciting. Obviously, I'll try and get at least 1 up before I go to Melps. But regardless, you'll have everything up in March. I'm very excited. I think I can get the vlog done tonight. I'm really keen on it. Cami, how are you, by the way? And Ali. Sorry, during that video we watched of Chris's, I didn't yap as much. Mimi, come up here. Yeah. But we're back. We're eating good. Honestly, I'm either gonna make 1 long vlog or split it up in 2 vlogs, but there's a lot of content, so I wonder how much. I mean, I got enough content that my phone storage filled up, so someone's 14 soon. Nay. I'm surprised they still work. Let me see you just. Let me see you just. Oh my God. Let me see you just. Push it up, push it up. Let me see you just. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Oh my God. Katie, we should.
Nate underscore
Thank
Ops
you,
has
Nate.
gifted 6 subs.
Whoa,
Naughty
I haven't heard that
boy.
in 2 weeks. That's crazy. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. Thank you. That's really lovely. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, we have old woman. Yes. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. If you were gifted subs from Nate, her little tail, I know. If you were gifted subs from Nate, please make sure you say, hey, Thank you. That's really kind. Thank you. Not sure if they work. Honestly, Nona, it's so good to see my alerts working. You know, like how they balk sometimes? I just assumed they would balk because I've been gone for so long. Me girl, me girl. I'm so glad she remembers who I am. Wait, do you like it, Yusuf? I was low-key shaking it. I was shaking it. Wait, Ray, congratulations. Alert maintenance? Who's maintenance? Kristen, thank you, doll. How are you? She is a pretty girly. No, give it to me. Eva.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Eva wins just subscribe.
Thank you.
Carla are welcome back less than 3.
Less than 3. Thank you so much for 37. Can you tell her that her socks look extra good today? Yeah, I will. She's looking real long and real pretty. Thank you so much, Eva. How are you? Thank you so much, Nate, as well. Katie, I wish I could do the pa. I'm so bad at the pa. Pa. I can't. I have to do the... Guys, look at this photo of me. I have this new laughing style. And I caught it in 4K, and it's so foul. Tammy! So ugly. Tammy! Tammy! Thank you! Thank you for the biddies. Work biddies! What the hell? I hope work's going good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Tammy the goat! Also, there was a restaurant I saw called Tam Tam. Tam Tam Thai or something, and I was like...
Lake Titicaca.
She's with me wherever I go.
Hakuda.
My tatas. Moxie, thank you. Wait, we have a hype train again?
Moxie Cillin just
Thank
resubbed
you.
for 54 months. Welcome back, Queen Hyper Crown.
Hakuda.
Oh. No, that's so cute. What did we do to deserve our pets, honestly? What did we do? I love animals so much. Oh my goodness. Mimi's on my leg right now. It's amazing. Moxie, thank you for 54. How are you? Thank you so much. Thank you, Tammy, for the biddies. That's so kind. And Freedom, a 75 streak. It's actually impressive that, oh, we have estimated queue times just for normal matches now. That's interesting. Okay. I spent 700. No, Nikki. It's always so, like, nerve-wracking for so many reasons when you go to the vet. Wait, what happened? Are you okay? Terrell, I know. I didn't even know things were coming. I'm so excited. Oh, shoot. It's always on a Sunday. You're telling me, babe. I'm sorry. Hi, Chill. It was so fun. I can't believe how fast it went. I knew that would happen. Yeah, it just went so quick. Japan is beautiful. Like, even just... I could be in a normal street of Japan that's nothing... There's nothing special about the road. But it's gorgeous still. Like, it's crazy how beautiful it is over there. Oh my god, Nate, that was the funniest thing ever that I was in front of a Gays R Us. Anonymous? Zell? Anonymous? Thank you. What the hell?
An anonymous viewer has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Happy. Hi, Morgan. How are you? Chill's a Pokemon boy now. It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. Now you have to worry about cards. And get good prices for them. Sinai. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Who did that? Well, actually, not who did that, because stay anonymous. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Man, I missed that alert. The craziest thing about coming back home is hearing all your alerts again. Mimi just crawled all over my cord. We survived it. The game, yeah, I want to play the game on stream, I think. If you guys are down for that. I haven't played a Pokemon game in so long properly. So if you guys are down, I think it's time. I think it's time. Like, I don't know how to play it properly, so it's gonna be a confusing time, but I know you guys will be down to teach where you can. Was that your Mimikyu Pokemon? I found Mimikyu at the Pokemon Center. It was so cute. Hi Nebula, hello. Really? Like, what can I start with? Should I start with one of the new ones? Oh, I don't have a flashlight? That's embarrassing. Like the one that just got re-released, maybe? Maybe? Leaf Green Fire Red is probably the best one to start with. Yeah, true. The one that just got released? Sierra, don't say sorry. Hello. How are you? My Switch is somewhere in my wardrobe. Yeah, I think it's 30 AUD, right? Oops. Oh no, what am I doing? Oh no. My bad. The gays are us, I know, will haunt me forever. I'm so excited. Yeah, I think the next time I might be able to buy cards is April. I gotta behave until then, because I would like to rip more cards on stream. I would like to. I would have got some over there to rip over here like boxes, but there was nothing. Everything was so expensive.
Alex the __ has gifted a sub to
6
Ray
months
Ellen.
to Ray? Oh my god. Lame, how about all 3? Ooh, I'm excited. Thank you so much, Alex. That's ridiculous. And guys, thank you for this random, actually. Well, it's a second hype train, but another random hype train. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I honestly might switch to a simulator, but I'm purely playing DBDs so I can chat more and not be distracted, because I just want to yap. I just feel like we haven't properly spoken. Yeah, Zell. I need to, like, just grind, stream and YouTube, and then as a treat, I'll see if I can do a ripping. But remind me after this game, I'll grab the cards. I'll grab the cards that I got over in Japan.
Peep just
That I pulled.
subscribed. Carl's party.
Wait, Alex,
you're
is it
back.
being stinky? Delulu, hello. Happy 26. We're so back. How are you? I don't have a flashlight. Why do I think I do? Rocket, wait, I didn't know you moved that way. Run! Set the alerts. So what's the, not point, I guess that sounds crazy, but I'm just gonna say it. What's the point in the OG games? You try to collect Pokemon and fight other trainers? Genuine. I don't know. I don't remember, like, what the story was. Beat the gyms and Elite Four. Oh, okay. So you're just a new trainer and you're trying to beat the big boys. Right. Hi, Vic. How are you, doll? Expect to win Elite Four, which makes you the best in the region. Story along the way. Like an evil gang. Team Rocket. Oh, okay. Well, I'm down. I need to set up my I low-key wish you could just, I know it's Nintendo, I know, but I wish you could just play on PC. But I will figure out my my display capture again, and yeah, I would love to play Pokemon for the first time. It's been a lot of fun playing through everything again. Oh wow, okay. I think I'm gonna have the best time, honestly. I think I need this. Wait, Vix, are you having a staycation or what's the vibe? Who's gone on their gap year trying to find... Wait, a 10-year-old having a gap year is so funny. Yeah. How much do they want the new... How much are they selling the new game for? Double J, hi Mill. Oh no, Cheeks, it was the best. It's the best flight. That's why I'm so keen to go back to Japan, because it's only 9 hours for me. And while that is still long, I'm used to 2 planes, 20 hours plus. 70 USD, so nearly $100 for me. Oh my god. Mamma mia. But yeah, no, Cheeksa, it's so easy. It's so good. Like, each one of my flights, although my flight home was delayed 4 hours, and we didn't take off until, I think, 2:30 a.m., and I truly thought I wasn't going to get home. No, 70 USD for Pokemon game. Imagine for the flight. Oh, I wish. Imagine. I didn't think I was going to get home, and I was like, fuck. But thank God we did. It was a maintenance issue. The pressure, which was scary. The time change was nothing for me. Australia was 2 hours ahead. No, Alex. No. My flight, because I had to book late, was 1900 AUD. It would have been much cheaper, but I had to book late. Which is still cheaper than going to the States, but yeah. It was very expensive. Oh no. Everyone else is going to be goofed though. Yeah. They will defs be goofed. I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I got home and I was like, okay. I feel okay. I felt tired though. Uh-oh. Oh no. Can I make it here? I think I can. Oh no. Why did I think I had a flashlight this whole time? I don't know. Axel, how are flights? Super expensive? I fly in 2 weeks to the States with 1.7. Wow. Oh shoot, yeah, true. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm happy that I don't think I'm doing another international flight this year. I gotta build the bag back up, you know what I mean? Oh my god, Cheekster, of course. As soon as he's ready to play, I'm down. I know there'll be a lot of reminiscing and unboxing from him, so whenever he wants to play, hell yeah. So down. Look at playing 2.4 each for return. I can do this. Worth it, in my opinion. Worth it, in my opinion. I know I can get cheaper flights to... Like, the next time I fly to Japan, I'll book way earlier. Wait, Tuesdays? Okay. Oh, he's zonked. Like, knowing Chris, he might get a 10th wind if he sleeps and he'll stream tomorrow. Otherwise, I reckon oh my god. Definitely the next day, if not tomorrow. He'll be too excited, I think. You can play piano. No, the thing is, I don't need any incentive to play Ark. I'm just trying to do more variety because I was doing a lot of Ark. Well, Remsley with 6 cats. Oh yeah. I don't think so, Jabs. I think they'll delay 30 minutes maybe. Does Ark know you're seeing other games? Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna see what sim games I have that I could potentially feel like playing, because I have to, with me, I need to just be like, oh, I feel like that. I really want to play fast food sim again. Fast food sim, like, I would play that solo, but I don't know if it's good enough to play solo. I don't know if it's fun enough for you to watch to play solo, but fuck, I love this game. Sticky Business was chill too. That was fun. I wanted to try Chaos Express as well, but I kind of want to play something that I've played before that I can continue playing. Oh yeah. Ooh, you know what we should play, guys? What's that game? Ooh, developer sale. Publisher sale. Hitman. Ooh, God, oh my god. Is this the older one? Do I have this? Oh no. Hitman for $2? Guys, you gotta get on that. Is this the old one or the one that I have? Oh, I gotta play My Voice Zoo. That's what I wanted. Should we play that? That's what I wanted to play. I wanted to play My Voice Zoo. Guys, do you want me to play My Voice Zoo? Are you down? I low-key really wanted to play this. That's crazy. Guys, this is bad. This is bad. Oh no. Hold. Uh-oh. Hold. Yeah, Sparkly. I do want to do an art cap. I will do an art cap today regardless because I need to. But, I just wanted to give you guys, like, something else today. I'm installing My Voice Zoo. I'll do, like, a couple more. I'll do another loop and we'll play My Voice Zoo. Because I've been wanting to. And you reminded me about it. Oh, it's ready already. Okay, cool. Yay. Okay. Let me do another loop and then we're going to play My Voice Zoo. Thank you for reminding me, Chill. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Let me get the cards. Let me get my cards. Hold. So, my Pokemon pals. These are the cards I pulled. I want to give some away, obviously. So, let me do full cam. I don't know. Sarah, are you still here? There's a few. This is one of my favorites I pulled. I'll show you the favorite. This is the favorite card that I pulled because it's just so cool. Mind my nails. They're so nasty. Absolutely bloody love this card so much. Sarah, this is the card I pulled that made me think of you. Hopefully you don't have it. Because, are you kidding me? Are you jorking it? So, pull this off stream, by the way. Pull this off stream. You do have her? Isn't it cute? And then, guys, you're not ready for this one card that I pulled. You ready? You ready? Oh my god. Cutie Patootie at the beach. At the bloody beach. Where's Kenny? And then I got some other cuties. Trumpet. This card I like hollow energies now. I'm a changed woman. I'm a changed woman. Some cuties. Owl. Man. Owl and man. There's so many cards in here. Oh, the game's starting. Owl and man. Wait. Pretty eyeball. Wait, Mimi's at my feet. So I got a Japanese Mimikyu. Oh, I love Japanese Mimikyu. Oh my god. Yeah, so cute. Holy shit. I got a stack. I'm gonna update my collection. I'm low-key thinking about selling some cards. Low-key. Low-genuinely. Alright, cool. We'll play My Voice Zoo after, and then depending how long I play that for. Is it a time suck? Anyone who's played? Is it like a game that you just kind of lose time to? Because I kind of want that. I want a game that I'm just so enthralled by. Oh! Look! The Look at my girly. How cute. How adorable. Beautiful baby. At cons, oh, Moxie cute. She's so cute. And then I have, so there are a few trinkets that I opened on stream that I want to do like a day. I don't know what day to do it on, but there's a few trinkets that I want to give away. Like some Labubus. Like I purely bought them because they were affordable and I wanted to open on stream. I gotta give... what's this card? I gotta find... Are there any cards, now that I've been to Japan, are there any cards, Sarah, that you're after? That you know I have? Because there's a few cards that I haven't shown all of my cards that I got over there. I really hope that collection comes to the US. I can't believe it's... So it's not in the US? What the hell? What the hell? We need that desperately. Okay. Ori K. Have to think. I guess you do have a girthy collection. I'm really happy I got that Gengar though, but I think I'm going to reset my binder. So honestly, you'll probably end up with a lot of the stuff from my binder that I'm like, it's time to move on from it, you know, but they're all really pretty cards. I haven't looked through my binder in so long. Nether, you know I say that word a lot. How are you? Good to see you. Guys, if you've just come in, hello. We are playing My Voice Zoo after this for a bit of a laugh. And then probably an Arc Raiders cap or a Megabonk cap or both. I'm just excited to hang. I'm really, really excited to hang. I don't really have plans for the rest of the week, but we're just going to have fun. We're just going to be streaming. I'll see if I can get some fun games planned. I really want to start Resident Evil, although it's going to be my first Resident Evil. So I'm lucky enough to be given a code. So I'll plan a day where we do that. I'm scared. I'm really excited. 24. My first Resident Evil, I know. I have a feeling I'm going to get sucked into the world and want to play every single one. So Resident Evil 2 Remake. Yeah, should I start with that? Yeah, I have to play more story games. Like I did with Last of Us. Like that was such a fun time to play with you. Like to play through all that with you. I'll do some Ark today for sure. Are you sat? Are you sat, Lou? I will play some Ark today. It's modern and you meet Leon. But what I really wanted to do was add mods to it. For a bit of a laugh. But maybe I should just play one game first and then add mods to the second game I play. Play them all. And the DLC, I know. When I say we're strapped for the rest of the year, like we honestly are strapped. I want to play more story games. I want to do more IRL. And I want to play more simulators. I still want to play Ark, but kind of much like me with DBD, I kind of get fixated on one game only. And as much as that's fine, I need to do variety because it makes me happy. So I'm trying to... I low-key just want to give you as much different content as I can, which is also good for YouTube. So watch this space. Ooh, nice. I sent it off, Mikey, just in case I forget. Hi, Trace. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to play Cult of the Lamb. God, I also want to just play games that I usually look at and go, not for me. Like Expedition 33, for example. Like, I just want to give games a shot. I don't not play games because I don't know. I just always think I'm not gonna like it and I don't play it. But like Ark, for example, I gave that a shot and now it's one of my favorite games. So yeah, I want to do, and I also want to do. Are you gonna do it? What are you doing? I also want to do just games that I haven't touched, like Silent Hill. I've never played a Silent Hill game. Like all like old classics that I'm so late to the party for. We need to play those. Like I played Last of Us for the first time 2024 on stream. Pink hair. Okay, slay. 3 million instead of 5. 3 milli. They were like, we set at 5 million people. Oh, weird. Okay. Oh, Red Dead 2. Guys, I've never played Red Dead 2. Would you actually like that? Would you like the Red Dead story? Like, is that something you'd be interested in? Really? You know what's so funny about me? I'm so clueless. Really? Okay, Chris said this to me in Japan. He's like, Carla, you need to play story games. Like, you're good at, like, story games are good for your content. And I was like, what? You know what happens? I don't play story games because I genuinely think, oh, they don't want that. Like, I wouldn't be good at that. And then here you are clamoring for it. What the hell? See, I do this to myself. I literally go, oh, I shouldn't do this because they wouldn't like it. And then you like it. Okay, hell yeah. What I'm going to do, hi ads by the way, as Morgan, is I'm going to have a seat after my stream and I'm going to send a huge ass message in my Discord, all the plans and things coming up. Like, for example, I want to bring back Triple Digit Day. I want to bring back monthly VIPs. I want to bring back YouTube. Like, I want to do a channel, like, revamp. Like, I want to update my profile photo. I like the vibe of this photo, but I need an updated one with no bangs. Like, we need to bring back the core of my channel. We need this. Yeah, I think story games, Silver, like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Red Dead, Last of Us 2, or the DLC, whatever you want. I'm not too sure about Last of Us 2, but I just need to do more story games because I've never committed to that. Can I look at story games on Steam? Like, how do I categories? Is it story? How do I look that up? What's something that I should... What's more games? 7, hello to Spanx Tom. RPG. Oh, we need to do a Fallout. We need to do Fallout too. Story rich. Whoa. You know what's crazy? I haven't done so much that, like, we are never gonna run out of content. We need to do Fallout. Hi, Buzz, by the way. I need to do... What's that? Oh, I need to play this too. Shift at Midnight. It's co-op. Oh my god, yes. Okay, wait. It Takes Two Giggle Girls edition. Yes. What kind of game style would you like to experience a story in? That's the thing. I'm not I have to find that out. Hi, Ghost, by the way. Oh, nah. Bestie. Wait, Art, welcome. Oh, I'm really excited, guys. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh. Yes, I want to play Detroit. Oh. Oh my god, Am, I miss you. No, Mikey, you're fine, babe. I literally want to write down all the games I want to play. We should try and like, you know what we should do? We should do like, for example, how long would Red Dead 2 take for me to complete? If I do it like once or twice a week and solid sessions each, 2-3 weeks maybe? Bite Night. Oh, I love Bite Night too. Let me add the Discord. 50, 70 hours? Okay. $70 hours for Red Dead? Yeah, and hackers. Okay, so are you down? Hear me out. Hear me out. I have an idea. God, I'm feeling so excited. Holy shit. Don't, you're getting me excited, guys. Okay, hold before I get into this. Holy shit. Okay, back to my music. Are you keen weekly? Think of a normal... Yeah, I gotta play Pokemon games too. Think about a normal week. Are you down for like one day a story game? So say like in a month we focus on one story game. So every month we oh, Road to Empress, yes. So for example, say April. Say April is like, okay, April's story game of the month is Red Dead 2. So every week we have a game where it's story day. So say like Wednesdays is a story game day. Thursdays, simulator day. One day has to be a little bit of DBD and maybe Arc. So like DBD and Arc. And then another day is game with friends. Like, are you down for multiple genres a week? Yes, Leah. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, I think I really need to dabble in story games. Guys, the funny part is, truly, I never dabbled in story games because I think it would be too boring to watch me. So that's why I haven't done it. Yeah, Arc is definitely... Yeah, Arc days would be your Mondays because of trials. So I'm still going to play Arc. Yeah. No, I like structure too. I just haven't been able to do structure properly because of everything happening, but I think I'll start the structure next week. Yeah, okay. That's really nice, Silver. Lauren. And we'll do voting. How about that? So if you're in the Discord... Oh, Anna, what the fuck? Guys. Also, Lauren, hello. Vosco, hello. Okay, so what's going to happen is monthly. Yeah, I can't wait for Variety Days. There'll be a monthly poll on the next story game we'll play. So I'll do a poll for the first story game we play, probably tonight, and I'll give you a week to vote, and then we can start. We'll start the journey.
Hello, welcome
Noah,
back.
Thank you. Hello. Ooh, happy 52. My God. How are you? Thank you so much. Okay, I'm excited because I really, after Melbs, it's going to be much easier. Yay. Yippee, yippee, yippee. So guys, I'm so excited to at the Discord and plan everything. I'm so excited. So a lot's going to be changing. It'll be the same stream, but like Triple Digit Days will be back. VIP of the month will be back. And you'll have multiple genres a week. Because I feel like a lot of people really love when I play a simulator. I know you guys love DBD and Arc sometimes, but like I just want to explore more games. Because Arc is a game that I never thought I'd love, and now it's my favorite, so. Yeah, but I love Hitman too. The vibe of Hitman's good.
Put your ass away,
we should do a monthly community day too.
Angelia creates
Yeah, like-
just subscribe.
like either end of the month-
Hello, Gorge Angelia, get
Yeah.
love this game. It's
Let me
so
cook,
goofy,
let me
I'm
cook.
excited for the giggle
I
fest.
really just want to... I know you guys love your time here and you're so sweet. But I really want to bring back the essence of my channel because I feel like it's lost a bit of its essence. And not in a bad way. I'm not beating myself up. It's just been a really tough year. So I'm giving myself grace. But I'm at a point now where it's like, okay, I really just want to bring back more of what I think made my channel good. So let me cook on a big like U-haul, overhaul, U-haul, Yui. I'm gonna write it all out tonight. So yes, but what I mean is like the past year in general. Because it hasn't even been a year yet. It's a year in May. So like since they passed. So it's like fuck, you know? It's been a tough year, January 1st. Oh, I love that meme so much. I love that meme so much. It's been a tough week. It's Monday. I think the orb. Oh wait, you need my orb back. All right, let's go, guys. Let's play this. Let's do this. Let's do it. I don't know what to expect. The zoo is. This is the zoo I get to take care of starting today, but I have to make the animal sounds myself. Wait, so how are we gonna... What are we gonna do? It does sound kind of fun. Oh, great. Do I make them sound zesty? Or do I make actual sounds? Rewind 99. I need this. Oh, great. Nick, we're home. Bookie. How are you, doll?
Away, child.
Hello.
Nick MGMT just subscribed.
Thank you
6
for
months
6.
already. Welcome.
You
back,
excited for
milady.
Melps? Oh my god. Whoa. Lauren as well. Thank you for 2 years. Angela for 37. Noah for 52. Nick for 6. And thank you, Mikey. Hi, Onion. I don't know what I'm doing. I gotta find an animal, I
you
think?
know there's been so many times I've been sitting here and going, man, who is this stale bitch?
No!
Could she do something that has more essence? Like holy hot shit, what's with all the stability and vibes I get to come here
Okay.
and just be cozy and vibe? Why doesn't she have more essence?
More
JK,
essence.
JK, Lism Kappa.
JK. Thank you for the sub. Do I have to find...
Put your ass away, child.
Where's my
Lauren
animal?
Wood just subscribed. 2 years.
Abby,
Hope
it's the
you
most
had the
cursed
best time
alert.
ever in Japan, but so happy you are back.
do I
Carl's
do?
love, Carl's love, Carl's love, Carl's love.
It reminds me of Cult of the Lamb, the controls. Open little book. Oh, sorry, babe. Adopt. Guys, I just don't... Oh. I don't want to do a normal duck noise. Oh. Oh. Yum. 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 Mm. Yum. Mm.
I like you say little cut out how you face. I like you say little cut out how you face.
I don't know if I like that. I think we need to moan it. Is it better? Oh, I don't know what to do. I'll call him Steve. We need a bark as well. Yum. Yum. Oh! 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 That's... Oh! 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 Oh, that's bad. All right. Hang on. All right, off to a good start, guys. Re-record? No, you're the one. What do I do now? My bad. I expected nothing less. Okay, good. Diligent I am diligent. Oh, chorus camp. You should do crispy laugh? You don't have to use... Okay, brings the whole time. Oh, it trims the clip. Great. Great. Clunt didn't make it. Well, I named him Steve, but more Clunts are coming. I do the sound that left my body. Okay. So what do I do now? Can I forage? Is this something you tried off stream? This one? Which one? Buy more animals? Oh, so I just have to make money. Do I make money in any other way than making me scream? Oh, got you. I thought it was like to be unlocked. Okay, my bad. Got it. New friend, sheep. What do I... Guys, I'm running out of sounds. You bet. I can't... Fleeb is good. Pete Fleeb, I think. Screaming ducks added to the 2020 shaping. How are you, doll? A bellow. A bellow. Actually, that suits the sheep. A bellow. No, I like that. Lake Titicaca. That's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta go away. I gotta go. Oh, I can't. Tash. Hello. T356 is
just
crazy.
resubbed for 56 months.
Thank
Welcome
you.
home, doll. So good to see you.
Good to see you. She's back. Jilly. Hi. How are you, doll? He's Gage for sure. Yes. Shy. Hello. How are you? You too. Hakuna. My tatas. Is this a goat? Oh, but I've already screamed. I can do it again. Tash, thank you so much. Lauren, thank you so much. Mikey, Nick, and Noah. Thank you for all the resubs, all the gifties, all the subbies. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Make it more throaty. So like scream but throaty. Got it. Gar. Hi, Lexi. It was so great, Tash. I can't believe I'm back. Raspy. Gort. 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 A bellow. Bless so bad. Wait, Tash, we gotta get you back in. No. Hi, Red. How are you? Okay, I'm running out of ideas. That doesn't suit him. Or does it? I'm so sorry, guys. Dash is trying to relax and here I am barking. Hi, Josh. How are you? Yeah, I'm a fucking wolf. Is it a wolf or a dingo? Oh. Yeah, I'm a fucking wolf. Is it a wolf or a dingo? Is it a fox? Oh, it's a fox. Hey, I'm a fox over here. I'm a fox. Yeah, I'm a fucking wolf. Is it a wolf or a dingo? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a fucking wolf over here. Oh, you know, I'm a fox. Hey, I'm a fucking fox over here. Hey, I'm
away, child.
That's crazy.
Shaping
What does the
underscore it
fuck
underscore
say?
up just
Oh,
subscribe.
Tate, hey.
Oh,
Normal
for
stuff.
fuck's sake.
How are you? For fuck's sake. Shaping, thank you for 59. What the? A 59 and a 56 is crazy. Thank you. I missed you guys too. It's so nice to be back. I'm excited for next week because that's like, I'm back for good. Because I still have Melbourne coming up, but the bark made my dog drop. Oh no, drop what he was doing and stare at the TV. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Penguin. Penguin. Not. Ooh. Not. No, that's good. That's bad. That's really bad. Not. No, that's good. That's bad. That's really bad. No. I need to be better.
Fat ladies.
That's crazy that I produced that. That's crazy. My neighbors are like, fuck, she's back. She was quiet for 2 weeks. My bad. That's solid. That's solid. Do you do anything else but just make voices? Or can I make a camp? There's a couple things? Okay. Oh no. You can move them around. The screaming's crazy. Croc.
Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga.
And for breakfast, a pizza. And for breakfast, a pizza.
Yeah, okay. So how do I move them?
Hey, I'm a fucking fox over here. Hey, I'm a fucking fox over here. And for breakfast, a pizza.
The scream is crazy. The scream's crazy.
And for breakfast, a pizza. Hey, I'm a fucking fox.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's just all our stims, true. No, this is me remembering how many stupid stims I have. Hello, poissons. I feel like dudes. Oh, true.
Girl, I'm a bear over here. I'm a bear.
Nah, Don't stop, baby. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop. No. We can do better. I gotta get a fuck ass one for that.
Daddy's favorite. Daddy's favorite.
Okay.
Daddy's
Okay. Reindeer. Talk about a rough day at work. Swervin, listen. I need more Red Bull. I love how this is the first game back properly that I play. Ooh. Rudolph, it's a bitch. And I wonder if you knew.
And I'm not spending any time on it because meanwhile in Queensland. Oh shit. And I'm not spending any time on it because meanwhile. I know. But I ain't spending any more time on it. But I ain't spending any more time on it. Yeah, right. Hey, I'm a fucking fuck, Toby.
That's my favorite one, I think. Neat. Oh, that's a good one. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Guys, if you don't know the... Let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom. Oh, we don't have Terry yet. True. If you don't know the joke, so Chris would always be like, oh, we should go here for dinner. And then we'd dance and say, neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Because Chris was super nice and shouted the Pokemon Cafe food on Neat Dude. And the joke was like, just keep wearing your beanie. Just post your beanie a little bit. But like, I was wearing that anyway. So I was like, guys, don't worry, John. Don't worry, Chris. I posted my beanie in my bag. Like, I covered it. Anyway, so that's why we keep going. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Anyway, let's do John Noob.
Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it.
This
Thank you for the sub.
this is my favorite.
Away, child.
HTA Gay just subscribed. That duck is my favorite one
Isn't it
also.
isn't
The
it
scream
good?
is iconic.
Oh, I spread a long meme. We need this. And hello, H. Thank you so much for 57. How are you? And thank you everyone for being here for my first stream back. You're my greats, and I really appreciate it. Seriously, thank you for being here. I did, yes, I did know it. It also ends in like 6.5 hours, and I should be off by then, so I'll double check. But I did send it, yeah. Oh my god, they're so zesty. Oh, this is a Mona. This is a Mona.
Sexy candy.
Yum. Yum. Wait. Yum. I feel like I could be zestier with that. I'm a sneaky snake. Wait, true. Yum. Actually, Mona Lisa. Yum. I'll leave that. Crazy. Who? Wait, I love those memes. It's like what, an owl if it was like Alan Rickman. Her. Or an owl if it was Christopher Walken. Who? Blip. An owl if it was Chris Melberger. Who? No, that's Lopes. Chris would be... Nah, I can't. The same from Margot Robbie on The Wolf of Wall Street. Margot Robbie? Who? Who, Carla? Who? Ask me. No, I want you to keep sharing it, Tash. Share it. Who, bro? Who? God, I wish I had toast so bad. I need to do grocery shopping. Who, dude? Who? That's not Chris. Who, dude? Who? 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 What are you, a fucking owl? Wait, let's see if we can do that. Who? What are you, a fucking owl? Who? What are you, a fucking owl? Damn. I like that. I heard that you wish you had toast so bad. That as well. Who? What are you, a fucking owl? Dude's got it. And for breakfast, a pizza. Hey, I'm a fucking fox, homie. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was gonna say something so crazy with this one, but I can't. I can't do it. The eagle just reminded me of a meme.
Charlie Kirk.
I'm kidding. I'll delete it.
Charlie Kirk.
The fucking that stupid ass song. It's so bad. It's so bad. We'll just leave him there. We carry the flirt. I can't. Not me going, no, I shouldn't. Save. Okay.
But I ain't spending any more time on it.
I think we have a good range.
And for breakfast, a pizza. Hoo hoo, what are you, a fucking owl? Hoo hoo, hey, I'm a fucking fox over here.
Okay, this is crazy. Should I get, oh. I should wait for that. Erica's great, very crazy. Do we have a horse yet? Is there a horse? Primal screams. We're saying shit. We're saying shit. This guy doesn't look like he'll scream. It looks like, oh, I got it. Ladies. Raw. Witnessing greatness. Listen, or do we make him cough? Do you want him to be like a ladies' man, or do you want him to cough? Ooh, raw. Ladies. Okay. Ladies. Ladies. Oh, shit. Ladies. Ladies. Let's go see him. All right, we've done better. That's okay. Fellow. Okay. Rhino. Bello. Me so horny.
A succulent Chinese meal.
Hornathy. Horn. Horn. Me so horny. Me so horny. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child. Put your ass
Virgil
away,
and Co
child.
just subscribed. Welcome back, Queen Carlsp Toss
We're
Carlsp
back!
Toss Carlsp Toss.
Hi, Hannah. Yeah, so I'm like, I think some of them need to just be, you know, just bros. Virgil, thank you so much for 25. Can we summon Kyle? Kyle was here earlier. I know what will summon Kyle already. No, I won't call him a bottom. We all know he's, I won't call him a top because we all know he's a bottom. Virgil, thank you so much for 25. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mention Disney or Taylor Swift. Oh, true. You're so smart. You are very smart. Thank you so much, guys, for everything, though. I appreciate it.
Put Put your ass away, child.
I wish I had a deeper voice. Yeah, no. Hey, oh,
Hey, mama, I like that pussy.
Oh, no. Sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Hey, mama, I like that pussy.
Oh, no. All right.
Hey, mama, I like that pussy.
Sorry, Terry just came out of me here. A horse. Oh, that's not a horse. Sorry. Emphasis on the P. True. Sorry. Glorp. Pussy. I don't want to rough your nerve. No, 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 no. I can re-record, yeah. I'm excited for that. Wait, I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay, where's my horse? Guys, there are so many animals. Are you kidding me? I like it. Oh, who's this zesty babe? Guys, I'm hungry. The zoologist. Guys, I'm hungry. I wish I had some toast. I don't even know what I have in my house. I like them. Oh, yeah. I like them big. I like them chunky. Didn't I have an alert with that on it? I love that song.
I like them big. I like them chunky.
I used to love that song. What you do? What you do? What you do? What you do?
I like them big.
I really gotta make more noises though. Because if we do this, for example. Alright, so I put the ones I want on there.
What are you, a fucking owl? Dude's got it. And for breakfast, a pizza. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Charlie Kirk. Neat dude's got it. What are you, a fucking owl? Got it.
Very just a mix of noises, really. Just a mix of noises. Yeah, they do look like titties. I gotta make more noises. I'm not making enough noises. I'm just making sound. I'm making...
Hey,
I'm a fucking... Oh, wait, I gotta put...
What are you, a fucking owl? Hey, I'm a fucking fox.
Okay, let's get my passive income. Very diverse. I need to make more noises. Unfortunately, I'm making just... I'm saying things. Alright, get me in. Give me my money. What's my favorite? I think the duck might be my favorite. I do like Margot Robbie though. I gotta make more noises. I gotta make more noises based on what they look like. Okay? So this guy is definitely, oh, so cute. Definitely just like a... Just Ben. Stephen Margory. It needs to be like a... Just a cutie. And I need to just make it like a... Oh, hello. Oh. Mikey, I'll give you one, but it needs to... I need to give you one that screams Mikey. This guy's like a Ben or a Ted. Oh, Tada, true. Whoa, whoa, true, we do need that. Okay. Oh, hello, I'm Ben. And a bear. No. Succulent Chinese meal. Hello, I'm Ben. Hello, I'm Ben. That's Ben. Hello, I'm Ben. That's Ben. Ben is a cutie patootie. Oh, there's a cat. Oh, we have to name it Mimi. Guys, we have so many pets. 25k? Can I get anything else? Should I save up for that? Echo Cave. Guys, should we save up for Echo Cave? Do one from across the room.
And for breakfast, who, what are you, a fucking owl? Charlie Kirk. Got it. Neat dude.
Echo Cave was my name in high school. Mellow. Gar. Guys, Bear in the Big Blue House slapped. Listen, I'm storing him away. I'm storing him away.
But I ain't spending any more time on
I forget what I name all my, what I do for all my animals. I forget. Mikey the D. I kind of want to save up for the Echo Cave. Is that crazy? He sings with the intro. What a cutie. I want the Echo Cave. I need this desperately. Please, oh, I will, Cass. I will. You've got it. Should I show this to my 3-year-old nephew who is learning animal sounds? Yes. Yes. I'm gonna get bread. I'm so excited. Nunu is my damn alarm clock. Is it actually? Guys, what do you want to wake up to out of these animals I have so far? I'm literally waiting for Echo Cave, guys. Sorry. Hold. Cat cries. Does that mean everyone's gonna scream? Emily, the eagle. I was there for 10 days. I would take more than I had, Charlie. I think I have people who went and they said comfortably, if you want to do a little bit of shopping but also eat, around 2,000 Australian, I would recommend. Just to be comfy. You probably won't spend all of it, but just to be super, super comfy. I know someone that went with 5,000 Australian and they only spent 2.5. But I think, honestly, if I was to go back, I would want to have 2,000 saved for it next time. So I can comfortably buy more. You know what I mean? But you can survive without it. Like, food is so cheap. You'll eat so much for so less. It's amazing. A voice changer? Which audio? I did go to Disney. That was my first Disney ever, guys.
What are you, a fucking owl? I like 'em big.
Wait, where is the echo thing? Oh, here. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Didn't think it would...
What are you, a fucking owl?
So, accommodation's a bit different because I was with 8 people. And we had a bigger place. So I'm not too sure about I'm sure you can get something cheap though. I paid... My portion of the main house we got was 700 Australian. And that was for 12 days technically, but I only stayed 10 days. So, yeah. If you go with people, you can split it. It was 500 for them. It was 500 USD for them. But honestly, Mikey, if you're American going to Japan, you're eating for free basically, because there are vending machines with 100 yen drinks. That's $1 AUD. So, yeah, we stayed near Koenji Station in Tokyo. Booked Tokyo for 9 nights. Yeah, so you can do it cheap for sure. Like Disney, actually, Tokyo Disney was actually so much cheaper compared to like America or Australia. Like it's still pricey, but nowhere near as much.
What are you, a fucking owl? What are you, a fucking owl?
Yeah, it's doable. Like I want to do it better next time. I wasn't prepared. Like straight up, financially, I wasn't prepared because there was a lot. All right. It did have Star Wars. I rode a ride. It was all in Japanese. It was so good. Granny! Oh my god. Have you played this yet, Granny?
Okay. And for breakfast, a pizza.
We're making all the noises.
Put your ass away, child.
My Shayla is back.
Lady
Pookie.
Carby
We gotta
just
play that gnome
subscribed.
game. I'm trying to get a quiet spot to say hello. Wait.
Put your ass away.
Community train? What's a community train?
Laziest me just subscribed.
Reach
Gran
level
9000,
5
Gran
to gift
9000,
emotes
Gran
to some lucky
9000,
viewers?
Gran 9000, welcome back.
What's a community train? I've never seen that before. Huh? What is that? That's new. I haven't seen that before. Lazy Lady Virgil, thank you so much. And Gran, I appreciate it. There's a gnome game that we have to play. The hype train gives out gifted emotes, not just gifted subs. What? That was something I did in college. How's Resident Evil? I want to start Resident Evil and Red Dead 2 soon because there's so many things that I haven't played. Joe, thank you. What the hell? Community train? What the hell is this? Yeah, burgling gnomes. We got to play together. A rare community train. Reach level 2 to gift emotes to some lucky viewers. What emotes do you get though? What the hell? Thank you, Joe, for the biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you. What the hell? Raquel, thank you. Japan was so fun. It was so great.
Hakuna. My tatas.
The higher level
Maguzi
community
just
achieve, the more
resubbed for
non-pissing viewers
23
receive.
months. Carl's looked.
Oh, it's being tested. Oh, hell yeah. Magusi, thank you so much. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Wait, hold. Heather, Magusi, Lazy, thank you. Mikey,
Curl
Lady,
Heather just resubbed for 18 months.
Oh my god. 14 emotes for chat. Oh, okay, so the higher level you get, the more emotes get passed out. Okay, interesting. That's none. That's interesting. Thank you so much for the hype
Laziest
train,
just
guys.
subscribed.
I hope you had so much fun with Gran. We're playing My Voice Zoo. Sorry about the worst alert on Twitch being played. Ignore that. I can feel something inside me say. Key, thank you. How are you? Laura, thank you. No, I can't. That's enough. Thank you, Mikey.
For
What the
anyone
hell?
who is here for the community, this is the community you'll be joining.
Yes.
Just a heads up. It
True.
fucking rocks tits.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't say it sucks. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're playing My Voice Zoo and we're just hanging. Japan was so good. I've missed my Shayla Gran. I'll get her to play Burgling Gnomes with me, I think.
Put your ass away, child.
With an alert like
Fish
that,
Fins just
true.
subscribed.
True. There's an elephant. Run! I'll show you all my I'll show you all my my animals.
Kike Keeks just subscribed.
But thank you so much for all the biddies, all the resubs, all the gifted subs. Thank you for the community train, our first community train. Wow. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. If you don't know, if you've come in, you're like, what's going on? I've been gone for 2 weeks. I haven't had a stream on my PC in 2 weeks. And for anyone that knows my channel or knows my personality on stream, you know that that's a big deal for me. So it feels good just to be back and get into a bit of a groove. Unfortunately, I booked too many things in November, so it's going to be another short week because I'm going to the F1 in Melbourne. But next week, I'm fully back, which means Grand Games will be back as well.
Put your ass away, child.
Hi, Mark. Lullaby.
Lullaby Books just subscribed.
Oh my god.
Carla.
I'm a giraffe. Wait, I'm a giraffe. I'm a giraffe. Surely there's a giraffe, right? Thank you, Shelby. Welcome in. I appreciate it. 2 weeks is 7 years. No, it's true. And Lullaby, thank you for 29 months. Holy shit. Thank you. Book my tickets coincidentally to a different country. Thank you so much. And Chai, it was so good. If you aren't a part of the socials and you're curious, I did spam a lot on Instagram. Didn't spam on Twitter at all. Twitter's kind of did. But I did do my Instagram. So if you want to catch up on that, and I'm also editing my vlog tonight. So I'm streaming and I'm catching up and then I'm straight to editing mode. And if I can get it up tonight, which is my goal, I think I can honestly get it done within 3 hours if I lock in. Get some food and lock the hell in. Because I won't edit it that extensively. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all of that. Let me show you my my animals.
Hey, mama, I like that pussy.
Oh, that one, I don't know. I forgot about this one. That was, don't worry about that. Meow.
And for breakfast, a pizza. Oh, fucking hell.
Kyle, what?
Who? What are you, a fucking owl?
For me? Well, I never.
Carl's hit that, let us go.
Wait, hit that!
Hey, I'm a fucking fox, homie.
I'm a fucking fox! That was pretty good. Pixel, thank you so much. Oh, appreciate you. And thank you for our first community train, guys. That was crazy.
Biddies?
Community train.
Well, I never.
Well, I never. Wait, did you save it? Somehow? Huh? Drifting away. Ooh, ah. Oh, a summer night. Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well. Ooh, that's a corpse. Guys, would you be down for a replay of The Quarry too? Because that's been on my list as well. Whoa, Moxie, Pixel, Joe. Thank you. What the damn hell?
Charlie Kirk.
That's for Granny. No comment. I think that's it. And the new Resi came out? I know.
I like 'em big. I like 'em chunky.
I haven't played the... I have played...
Mama, I like that pussy.
Okay. Oh, Carl, so listen. I played Until Dawn
Like that pussy.
back in the day.
Neat dude's got it.
Alright, let's make a new one. I just gotta go to a place...
And for breakfast, a
Okay, let's do a new one. A tiger. Yeah, no, we have a lot of alerts. 20 emotes for Chad, yeah! I have to make more alerts from Japan too. Like, I have so much to do for stream. It's actually very exciting and motivating. I also gotta pee. I'll name a few animals and then I'll, Frosty Flakes? What's his name? Is his name Frosty Flakes? We'll find out soon, Ray. I think 20 emotes will be distributed, which is really cool. True. Yes, Virgo. I'm gonna... So if you... Announcement! If you missed me talking about it, starting next week, we will be doing Basically, we'll be doing a story game a month because I have so many story games that I've never played Resident Evils. I've never played Silent Hill, Red Dead 2, Detroit Become Human. There are so many things that I haven't played. I'm very late to the party with everything. So we're going to be doing a story game monthly. So for example, say if the first story game is Resident Evil, like the first one, every week there'll be a story day. So say we make story days Wednesday. Every Wednesday I play a few hours of the story. And then we'll have a simulation day because I love my simulators. Then we'll have obviously grand day. So that's 3 days. And then I want to throw in like a pal day with Chris and Sammy or whiskey, whatever. And then another day will be like DBD and ARC. Now in saying that, I'll still be doing caps of games, but I will be doing more variety and starting story games. And Fallout. Yeah, and Heavy Rain. Yep. I'll write a whole list. And then monthly we'll be doing votes.
Moth Queen
and we can do a community vote on it.
Carl's comfy, Carl's learn.
I'm going to be doing a huge post in the Discord on all the things I'm bringing back to the channel, adding to the channel. Because we're going through a revamp, if you will. I'm talking a new profile pic as well. I got to do it all. I got to do it all. So I'm excited. Detroit is a must. Yes. I'm excited for Fallout though. Yeah, exactly, Virgo. Exactly. Yeah, Delulu. I've been needing to play it for years. Hannah, hello. And Moth, thank you so much. Guys, thank you so much. And Trace, thank you for everything. Absolutely spoiled. I appreciate it so much. More than you know. Hey, I'm a fucking tiger over here. Hey, I'm a fucking tiger over here. No, I think I need to do maybe a bark. Yeah, what I'll do is I will be giving you a heads up in the Discord. So we'll actually be using the schedule channel. So make sure you check the schedule. And I'm going to at everyone as well so you know what's coming up. Pussy! Little raw. Roaring. That sounds like something Gran would say. Roaring. Roaring. Okay. Roaring. Roaring. Leggies! Thank you!
Put your ass away, child!
Deadlegs
Guys, thank you
just
so much for that
subscribed.
community train.
Welcome back.
Get your emotes! Yippee! Leggies, thank you so much for 16 months. You're the best. Moth as well for 35. Thank you, guys. I bloody appreciate it, you know that? I bloody appreciate it. Doing this entirely deadpan would be really funny. Yeah, like raw. Quack. I need a horse. Is this a monkey? Do the raw. Oh, yeah. Franklin. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Wait, Kyle, that was one time. Ruff, ruff, ruff. This makes sense to me. Glam, you get me. Guys, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. What do I have to eat in this house? My fridge is empty. Alright. Go eat and piss, girl. Okay. Monkey. I forgot me water bottle. Oh, that's good, Fins. Oh, you're so smart. I love that. That's nice. That's nice. Guys, let me just go tinkle. Let me go tinkle. Get in me belly. Did she lie though? Okay. I'm gonna grab a snack and I'll pee. I'm gonna run back.
it back in time, or you can call in sick to work and I can spend the night. You make me wanna know my way around your mind till I can make it through your mazes. And when you mastermind, you find the baby like I told you. Any given night, I'll be over safely if you need it anytime. I'm picturing you right now. I'm thinking of you right now. I'm picturing you right now. Nothing on but your perfume. Call me in the morning, baby in the night. I'll be over safely if you need it anytime. I'm picturing you right now. Nothing on but your perfume. You're taking what you want right from me. Wrapped up in so much life, it's just the way you hold me. You're picking miscellaneously. Wrapped up in all the choices you're not giving to me. I lay on the floor, drink it 'cause we're bored. I'm looking for affection in all the wrong places, and we'll keep falling on each other to fill the empty spaces. Oh, I'm looking for affection in all the wrong places, and we'll keep falling on each other to fill the empty spaces. You're saying what you want right to me. No filter on your mouth, we know you talk in your sleep. Remembering the times they won't remember me. Our nights melt into sequels, you sink into me. I lay on the floor, we drink it 'cause we're bored. Oh, I'm looking for affection in all the wrong places, and we'll keep falling on each other to fill the empty spaces.
I got my snack. Oh my god, we're making money. Wait. A pee break is low-key overpowered in this game. Yippee! We're back. Okay. You know what's something I'm really excited for as well? No one asked, but because this week isn't a normal routine week for me still, because I still have to go to Melbourne. Like next week, I'm excited to meal prep again. There's no point in me like meal prepping for a week because I'm about to go. I'm excited just to get into like a routine again, I guess. Doggo! Way too good. Japan is gorgeous. I knew it would be, but oh my god. Sorry. Shiba, no! Oh wait, that's cute, Pixel. Fat bastard. Yeah, I honestly spammed the Instagram. I spammed it. No shame. A little bit of shame. And then as soon as I finish stream, I'm putting on a load of washing. Well, loads of washing, and I'm going to be editing my vlog. So if all things go well tonight, so I'll probably do, what's the time? Yeah. I'll probably do 5 to 6 hours today. So I can get cracking on my vlog for you and then upload it when you wake up if you're in the States or before you go to bed if you're in Australia. And then I'm back tomorrow. Shag! I know, you're right. You're right. Carl, it was one time. Town to city? Let me look it up. God, there's so many games I need to play. What is this? That's cute. Really? Add to wish list. I'll add it in. Ooh, John. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was gonna say other things, but John, you're right. Yeah. You're right. I'm gonna miss the convenience so bad. Louise, hello!
Put your ass away!
Put your ass away, child! Thank you!
Unleash Louise 22 just subscribed. Welcome back, Carla. I hope Japan was everything you've dreamed about with the pals. Carl's lovey Carl's party.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Honestly, it was just a silly goof time. I think we laughed 99% of the trip. You'll see in the vlog. It was so good. It was amazing. Too good. We generally sum up the vibe difference between Tokyo and Osaka. I'll try. I'm really bad with words, but I'm gonna try. Also, Louise, thank you so much. How are you? Good to see you. So, where we went in Tokyo, how do I describe this? Okay, for me personally, Osaka was, more vibey. Like, where we stayed in Osaka, it was honestly like, whoa, like, it was just such a vibe. Slightly more touristy, I think, but it was such a vibe, and it was cooler in terms of like, or like warmer in terms of weather. So in Tokyo, we were, bundled up. Whereas Osaka, most nights I was walking around with a tee. So it was different in weather, but I can't describe it. Honestly, it's really annoying me how I can't describe this for you, but it was just such a vibe. Like, Tokyo was a vibe, don't get me wrong. But, like, the photos when we were in Osaka was just, like, the lights, the vibes, the alleyways. yeah. And then Tokyo, where we went, was bloody gorgeous. Obviously we saw some more touristy areas, and walking around there was really cool too. But it was just a vibe. It was a vibe shift. But you will love Osaka, and please go and do longer as well. If I could turn back time, I would do like a week in each. Yeah, it was amazing. Mickey, thank you, doll. Hello, Chalk, hello. Food was a highlight. You know what's so cringe? Is the convenience stores, Walker. The 7-Eleven, Family Marts, Lawson's. You will live off that when you go to Japan. Yes, you will have food from restaurants, but it's too convenient to go there in the morning and grab some food. The food there is amazing. And I know a lot of you can hear that and be like, my 7-Eleven sucks, but Japan's different. It's so fresh, it's so tasty, it's so affordable. You will eat a lot of that when you go over there, and you'll know what I mean. You will just miss it. Like, I already miss it. It was amazing. But then we did do some like barbecue, and the meat was amazing. It was really cool. The service is amazing, obviously. And then I had some random food too. Like, I had the best naan bread of my life in Tokyo. Random. We also found a random Persian place that was open when everything else was shut, and we had Persian. Like, just all the food's good. I didn't have one bad meal. Not one bad meal. Hi Mick, thank you. Yeah. Like, yeah, it's just great. The train system's easy. It's scary when you first look at it, and then you go, oh, that's not bad. Yeah, the snack food's amazing. Just everything's great. Everything's great. I can't wait to go back just for the food, sorry. Just for the food. I don't have any jet lag. I'm not sure about them yet. They probably have a little bit of jet lag. I got some magnets, Mick, and my little Mimikyu. But I got a really cute magnet that I'm very excited about. I have basic stuff, really. Every restaurant we walked past, say if it was a pizza place, we'd be like, that probably has the best pizza of our life. I did go to Disneyland. It's my first Disneyland ever, which was mind-blowingly cool. Clunt. Yeah, no, I need to do something different. No, sorry. No. No, I've already done a bark. Sorry guys. I did Disney Sea. It's amazing. Holy shit. Kyle, if you wanna know if he loves you so, it's in his kiss. If he loves you so, it's in his kiss. Do you believe in life after love? Oh. Do you believe in life after love? Okay. Sorry, guys. I have so much money. Okay, I got one for this. Hey, sexy, you won't fucking go back in my face. Fuck you, sexy bitch. Oh, no. Hey, sexy, you won't fucking go back in my face. Fuck. Nah, that's him. Kurt? Hey, sexy, you won't fucking go back in my face. Fuck. Yeah, he's so like, hey, what's up? Where's the horse and the giraffe? Where's the... Oh, here we go. That's a horse. Wait, where's Ping? What's the alert? How does it start? This is how you remind me of what I really am. No. What's the alert sound? Beat of the horses here. This is how you remind me of. It says, what's the other bit that it says? Or is that just it? I don't remember it saying not like you to say sorry, or maybe it is. Look at this graph. This is how you not like you to say sorry. Was waiting on a different story. Not like you to say sorry. No, I need to do something else that's more thing. This is how you remind me. Oh shit. Sorry. This is how you remind me. Alright. This is how you remind me. Oh, it has a gold tooth? Where's the giraffe at? Is there no giraffe? What the hell? Look at this. Grab. Oh, that's Mimi. Botch circumcision. Meow. 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 Meow.
Hey, mama, I like that pussy now.
That's crazy. A dog? One take Carla. And he came bounding over. And he came bounding over. And he came back. I need to spread them out.
Hey, I'm a fucking fox over here. Who? What are you, a fucking owl? This is how you remind me.
Oh god. Good night, Trace. Good night, Mikey.
What are you, a fucking owl?
God, there's so many noises. There are so many noises. I'm so sorry. What's this? A frog! Oh, that's so cute. Tim Tam Slam vibes. This is a wild. Do we have a Chris one? Bing 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 ba 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 ba. No. I needed to be Crazy Frog. Bing 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 ba 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 ba. No. What's more frog? Let's go Crazy Frog! Bing ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Bella. Oh, we have to do whoa whoa. Yeah, true. Ready? Whoa wow. Whoa wow. Whoa wow. Whoa. Ethan. Hello. How are you? Play it to your phone up to the mic. No, but I need to make them. I like this.
A bellow. And he came bounding over. Charlie Kirk.
Nicole.
He came bounding over.
Hi, Red. Hi, Nicole.
What are you, a fucking owl?
I say Ethan or Nicole. Well, hello both.
Fox over here. What are you, a fucking owl?
Okay. Yeah, Cass. Yeah. Coming back from Scream 7? Oh, God. Oh, what a cutie. Oh. Oh. Lola. Oh, how How cute.
Get your hands off my penis! Get your hands off my penis!
Red. My birthday was on the 10th, but it was for my birthday. It was so great. Oops, got your clit? Want it back? Come down at Kohl's. Oops, got your clit? Want it back? Come down at Kohl's. Got your clit? Want it back? Come down at Kohl's. Got your clit? Want it back? Come down at Kohl's. Sorry, Chai. That's my bad. That's cute. Lopes. Hey! Wait. Wait. With permission, bro. With permission, bro. Oh, I love lopes. Let's make her Spanish. I'll make the next one Spanish. Oh, actually, we should do a, the next one I gotta say, arigato gozaimasu. I feel like a snail. Oh, look at this guy. Stop. I think it's just to be goofy, Hannah. Does anything happen when you have all the animals? I knew this wouldn't be like a long game, but Pokemon Cardo. The cow has to be Spanish. Okay. Arigato gozaimasu! Pokemon Cardo. Oh no. Pokemon Cardo. Arigato gozaimasu. Pokemon Cardo. Arigato gozaimasu. Yeah. Nice. Pokemon Cardo. The mouth going. Pokemon Cardo. I'm bilingual. John, I survived it. By survived it, I mean, like, I didn't know that much, and a lot of them like to practice their English. Some people don't, and that's so fair, but, like, on the counter at the convenience stores, they point to, like, a bag, so they do help you out. Knowing basic phrases will help you, but there's English on the trains, there's English on signs. A lot of people, like to practice their English, like I said, so we'll be like, bag, or, like, how many? Thank you. Like, yeah, they want to practice as much as we want to practice, which is really wholesome. But I tried to say thank you in Japanese as much as I could. I just felt
Hope you had a great time.
Yeah, very English friendly. But like, what would happen, which is such a power move, is they would speak in Japanese up until I grab my items. So like, I'd be, you know, like, hi, as yes, and then I'd say arigato gozaimasu, and then it'd be like, thank you. I'm like, you sneaky. They knew what they were doing. They would just turn to me and speak perfect English to me. And I'd be like, damn, my bad. But they love doing it. They love practicing, so it's okay. Winston, I'm so excited to make my vlog. I'm very, very excited. I'm shaking in my boots with excitement. I truly am. The Japanese find English cool, so yeah. It's very cute though, like when we would meet locals and we would have chats, like it was very broken English, but it was like they would say a word correctly and we'd all cheer. Even they would cheer. Like it's a very exciting thing. They're so friendly and so lovely. Me too. I'm not going to do a massively long stream today so I can get that vlog up for you. I think I can get it done today, worst case tomorrow, but I'm literally going to cancel all my plans. And I'm going to make the vlog as soon as I finish stream. I'm just really hoping that, I mean, I can see now, I can look at it. I'll get my Google photos up. I'm just hoping that the videos don't lose, they don't lose quality. Let's test it. Let's test a video. Oh guys, this was funny. I got bitten on the ass. Let me download this. and see if it loses quality. By plans, I mean like vacuuming, which I can do later. It's okay. Let's see if this is loses quality. I wonder if you can, maybe in the settings, you can oh, I can't watch this. No, I don't want to. Why do I need extensions?
I'm stepping on shit.
Yo.
I can hear it. Okay, wait, let's see if I go to my thing. Let's go downloads. Let's see if I can open with something else. Open with media player. Oh, maybe photos? Download and install it now. Why have they changed that? That's crazy. Open with films and TV. What?
I'm stepping on shit.
Okay. Well, this is how it looks in Google Photos. So I'm hoping it comes out better when I download it. But on my phone, it looks super crisp.
I'm stepping on shit.
Yo, hold your ground. Hold your
Oh
ground.
my god, no, they're gonna bite me.
Hold your ground.
Stop biting my ass.
Hold your-
They film her, then you get me.
They're so cute.
Missed it, but they bowed. Okay.
I got it.
Alright, one.
Horizontal or vertical?
Oh, big.
Look at this. Look at this. Just look at this guy here. He's like, give me that fucking biscuit. Because they kept biting my ass. Yeah. They're very cute. So, I mean, that's not the worst quality, but it should be 4K. So I'm really hoping that it turns out good when downloaded. Eee! Otherwise, I can try and edit on my old laptop, but it would be much slower. So hopefully I can figure that out. I went to Tokyo and Osaka. I think I'll do more next time I go. Social.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away,
86. Oh my
Unsocial
god.
Sub just subscribed. A whole ass 86 months.
That's
I can't do the
girthy.
math right now, but it's a long while.
Thank you so much. Yippee! How are you? I really appreciate that. Thank you. Abby, have a good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Any plans to go back? Yes, I think in Jan, but it's more of a family trip. So, we'll see if that happens. But I would love to go back in January. Really? Oh, yum, Chai. That's awesome. Hello? Oh, Sparkly, it's hard. I think I liked both equally. Like, when we came back from Osaka, I was so glad to be back in Tokyo as well. Oh, it looks so good. I love spamming. They have to be Spanish. Is this Latino Bob? Since we have to pay homage? I don't know much Spanish, but I know ¿Cómo estás? I'll just do this. Ah, sí. Sí. Sí, bueno, sí. That's Spanish. Ah, sí. Sí. Sí, bueno. Oh, I like him. Ah, sí. Yeah. Oh, Nikki, I gotta rewatch Breaking Bad. What are you all fucking out? Is this a... Oh, God. This looks like Ping for no reason other than it's cute. Leche. Oh, leche. Leche. I love the word leche. Okay. What happens when we record all the noises? Hamster. The player de las música Pokemon card or... What's a Tutta voice? Is it really high pitched? I forget what Tutta sounds like. Is he high pitched and cute? Ping, at least you're the one who said it. Ping, yeah, baby. 1 second. Okay. Hey, I'm Tutters. I'm walking here. What does Tutters sound like?
Hey, I'm Tutters. I'm walking here.
Was he New York, Zell? That's crazy. So what happens now? Is it that just done? Oh my god, me too. And then I can do this. Wait. What about... Is this what I think it does? Right. Right. All right. As advertised. If I went to a zoo and they all were screaming and saying help, I'd be calling the cops. All right. What else? Is there an eagle one? Cat cries, frog cries, reindeer cries. Cat. What's my cat? Isn't my cat cute? We could do this. Okay. Okay. What's my reindeer sound?
But I ain't spending any more time on it.
Yeah, okay. What's my frog sound?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay. You kind of... Meow. Meow. Guys, my sounds suck. Like what? Meow. Meow. Great. I do miss this though, I will say. This was really great. Alright. Alright, before we end the game, let's take a tour of our sounds, I guess. Yep.
But I ain't spending any more time on it. But I ain't spending. This is how you remind me. Got your clit. What are you fucking out? Come down and cold.
That's crazy.
Got your clit. Want it back? Come down and cold. Hey, I'm a fucking fox over here. What are you fucking out? Come down and cold.
That's crazy.
Breakfast.
I think Steve is still the favorite.
Charlie Kirk. Hey, I'm Tutters. I'm walking here. Bello. Si, bueno. Neat dude's got it. Bello. Ah, si, bueno.
I love our Spanish cow.
Meow. Hey, mama, I like that pussy.
Sorry.
Ladies. Ladies.
The fox one?
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Lopes? That's so Lopes. Chunky? Anyone down here? Who's down here? Oh. Gore. I'm Ben. Kurt's a ladies' man. The cow saying, what did you just call me? Oh, wait. Oh, volcano? Can I move this? Oh, true. I should put them in the volcano section. Okay, hold. Hold. Okay. I'm Ben. Alright. Pokemon Cardo. Okay. All right. That's interesting. I get. Sorry, guys. One moment. No, that's bad. That sounds scary. Like call the cops. Oh, sorry, guys. That Max, if I did that full volume, my neighbors would knock on the door. All right, well that was my voice too. I wish this game gave you a different, like this was really good, but I feel like it would be cool if you could, like make a house or do other things. You know what I mean? Yeah, it'd be cool if you had a different side quest to do, because then once you film all the voices and stuff, you're like, okay. All right, here's the thing. With 3.5 hours, I wouldn't mind trying to get some whimsy on Ark, but I know a lot of you might not want Ark right now. So what is the vibe? I can revisit an old simulator and we can just yap, or we can Ark and yap. Oh, this is someone doing the sounds allowing their mic to peak. Oh, Doom. Oh, God. Oh, God. New weather event in Bots and Ark. True. True. Cinema Sim would be lovely, but Ark is fun too. True. I mean, I haven't seen the new weather event. Hi, Chill. How are you? Good to see you. Although I could just start with the simulator tomorrow. Straight up. Straight up. I guess this game counted as a sim per se, but I do want to play sim. Maybe both. Maybe both. It's hard. When you come back from a holiday, you kind of want to do everything, and then you just can't. But technically, maybe tomorrow 2 years this came out. Whoa. That's crazy. ¿Por qué no las dos? Okay, yeah, I haven't... What's the update? Hurricane map condition, two new arc memory... enemies. Free raider deck. Damn battlegrounds map update. Facial hair. Finally. Yeah, maybe sim tomorrow. That way we can spend more time on it. Because I will be doing my... I'll be editing my vlog. So I'm not doing like super long today. So if I do a little bit of Arc Raiders, it means I can do my vlog and get it up to you. I'm just really hoping the download, it looks nice. Let me see. How to get videos off iPhone full quality. Maybe plug my phone in. Oh, a USB cable. Okay. Cammy! Scream and die? Can you kill them in the same way we've always killed Ark, or is it different? I'm nervous. Oh, okay, Mike. Fingers crossed. I don't have it auto to upload. I have it auto to Google Drive, like Google Photos. Oh, that's something I got. This is the first time I've got something, guys. I have a pop case. Like a thing. I got this in Japan. I've always wanted one. Oh my god. It's so good for when you're overstimulated. It's so good just to like play with it. Yeah, I've seen it. Let me look at it in the store. Oh, really, Noah? Oh shit. Okay. Oh, I've heard about the color. Interesting. It's very bright. All right, let's boogie. I've signed up for departure. Can I still add to it? I need what? 500k to get to... And then there's a new deck as well? Oh my god. I did sell all my stuff thinking I wouldn't be back in time though. And there's a new... Oh wow, there's new stuff. Oh my god. Curly short! Thanks, Cammy. Good to have you. Good to bloody have you, doll. Stubble beard? Wait, guys, I look good. Wait, stop. Wolf. I don't think I've missed anything, right? Okay, nothing. It was good, Toasted. Oh my god, it was so... Surgeon! Tammy! Nurse vibes. Yeah, they are, Ethan. I love it. It was so good. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, that's fun. New face? Ooh, that's so cool. What the hell? These are a vibe. These are vibey. Oh my god. A surgeon hat for the fucking full beard? I have to unlock a full beard? I mean, at least Chris will love that. Oh, let me get this. Hell yeah. New face just dropped. That's cool. Yep. Oh, that's fun. Red! Oh, you can use... Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Okay. That's a vibe. That's a vibe. Love. Guys, new face just dropped. And then we need to do Hurricane. Whoa. Strong winds are sweeping across the surface, affecting large parts of the area. So, debris affects shields, higher threat up. Ethan, I agree, babe. I agree. The blonde with the beard, I agree. I agree with that. Hurricane's tough or fun. Ooh, I'm nervous. Guys, I sold everything. I sold everything because of, the expedition, obviously. So wait. What should I bring? Can I still make stuff? Okay, I can. Wait, I'm nervous. Okay, so let's put that on. We also need a shield. Let's bring door blockers in case we can tease someone and a thing. So what do I need? So with the shield, is it only if you get hit with debris? Or is it easier for your shield to be knocked down? Oh. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I think I need 500,000 if I'm reading it right. Oh, 300,000. So, yeah. Around 500,000? I don't need it. I'm just going to try and make as much money as possible, which I know I can. You stick out with shields on, you can charge your shield in the storm for medium, but can't for green. You stick out? What do you mean you stick out? You gotta be indoors to avoid it, basically. I'd wreck the bigger shield recharges because I feel like the regular shield... Oh. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm screwed this round. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're screwed first round, but that's okay. Guys, I'm so excited to be back, and I'm even more excited to be back next week. Like, being home next week is... Yeah, really exciting. Because then I know that I'm locked in for the rest of the year, you know? It's going to be nice just to get into, like, the weekly routine and make a lot of content. I'm so excited. And I'm excited to bring YouTube back fully, truly. I want to do all my playthroughs and stuff. Oh my god, here we go. You're the storm. What the hell? Oh. Oh, there we go. I gotta go with the wind for it to be fast. Okay. I gotta zoom. I'm so excited to play story games, hey. It's so funny how I won't play a game because I'm like, oh no, they won't like it. And it's like, girl, and then I ask you guys, and you're all like, no, I would love that. Yeah, Freedom, I'm so excited. And I have a good list to start off with too, so I think I'll, uh-oh. Uh-oh, yep. Yep, that will do it. Hello? Oh, you can't recharge your thing? Oh, sorry. All good. Oh, so you can't recharge. Oh, shit, that's nasty. Yeah, no, Freedom, I agree. It's a bit of both, which is cool. Oh, this is so rough. I think I might go and come back with medium shield. Although you don't really need... Oh. I guess you don't need shields. Okay, I'm gonna go and come back. Whoa, that's intense. It's really smart of them that you go slow when you're moving into it. Oh, they've changed Shani's thing? There's a fireball emote. Guys, would you be keen on like me bringing back fort caps and stuff sometimes? I felt like fort and yaps were always a good time. It's been a while. I basically want to give you everything. Already gifted it to you. Thank you. Is the dance good? Hi, Paigey. We're going to do community fort days where we just like do duos and stuff as well. Me. It's traversal. Oh my god. You know, I'm actually so excited when I finish stream to write out everything and post in the Discord. I got to give my Discord a revamp too, but that's an after Melbourne thing. Yeah, I'm excited to revamp some stuff. Very excited. I'm about to be fireballing on these hoes. This is crazy. Can you imagine the fights on this? I gotta redo my shield. I miss my mid to late stream chatters, if I can say that, you guys. You can say that. Of course. Alright. We ball. And for my ARC pals, I'll still be doing like trials and stuff. I'll still be doing my weekly... I'll still be playing games with Chris and I. I just gotta put some more variety in because we need this. Oh, it's not medium shield. It's a surge shield recharger. Oh, wait, why does that work?
Always room for one more.
Is it because it recharges all of it? Oh, got you. Okay.
Still no choice. I admire your commitment. This doesn't work.
So I don't need a medium shield. Although, wouldn't that be kind of hot? Nah. Take your meds, hoes. Real. Wait, Frida, I gotta make that an actual emote, I feel. Oh, wait. I forgot that I, Beef professional. I forgot that I posted on Instagram. Neat dudes got it. Neat dudes got it. Okay, we'll go back in. Are from the first wave also. Guys, lock in. Lock the hell in. I also gotta make money. Wait, when's the next bird city? Wait. Arc event. That's how I can make my money. Oh, okay. 2 hours. Damn it. I must have missed the last one. I can make money in these ones. Neat dudes got it. Neat dudes got it. So, I wonder if I'll see one. Neat dude does got it. Speaking of, their new hoodie they released, the best hoodie I've ever owned. I'm not just saying that because Chris is my boy. I use that during the cold in Japan. It's soft, it's comfy. Oh, my favorite. My favorite hoodie to date. They've had some great ones. This is their best so far. So good. All right. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. All right, let's plan where I want to go here. Checkpoint?
Go to checkpoint.
Venti, hello.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child. Code color in the Need to shop.
Benty
Bongo
Bird
Cat.
just subscribed. Oh hello.
The game or just in general? Ooh, what's that? That's a new arc. How do you shoot these guys? Okay. Is there a place I should aim? Thank you so much, Benty. Good to see you. No, Commander, speak on that. Oh, here we go. Comet Igniter. When they when they open their crack, right? Okay. Oh, what's this? Volcanic rock. It's worth nothing, but ooh. God, I haven't played this game in so long. Oh, cookie clicker but cat. That's what I've heard of. Yes. Hey guys. And you can't get the igniter unless you blow up. Yes. Okay. That's what they did to me earlier. They blew me up. Ooh, give me one. I want to hear the sound. I want to hear the sound so bad. I feel like that will cure me. Hearing an arc sound.
Go to that location.
You know the sound I'm talking about. Okay. Let's go to the gates. Fireflies more? I haven't seen a firefly yet, right?
Thank you for the sub.
Oh no.
Put your ass away,
Go go! Wait, a 55 and a 59 months in 3 minutes.
Love.
You're my absolute goats. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. The support's so lovely. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, this is interesting. I'm still in the zone in there. Whereas cold snap, that wouldn't make me cold, which is interesting. Okay. Thank you so much. No, genuinely. Super, super kind. A very warm welcome back, might I add. Alright, blueprint noise or something. Ooh. I just want to hear noises. And I kind of want to see if I can get a breach as well. Interesting. I want something juicy. I need the juice items. Ooh, Stella would be a movie. I could get so many from Stella. That's the noise I wanted. That's the noise I wanted. Cinema. Oh yeah. I haven't heard that noise in 2 weeks. Yes. I might put this over here because I don't need any of this at all. Well, we're in scary zone. We're in scary territory. much money do I have? Ooh. I feel like Stella, I could leave with 100k. Low key. Cinema. Do you reckon they've upped the blueprint drop rate? This close to Expedition? They did last Expedition, or at least it felt like it. Okay, that's very Deadline, yep. Right, right. What's the... Are the trials not on anymore? Because it's so close to Expedition? Potential? Oh, I'm back where I started. Okay. Yeah, they're strong. Not until reset. No! Okay, it's tonight, I guess. I don't know why I'm upset. Guys, I'm really obsessed with trials. They're so fun to do. Alright, we've got some we've got some money. We have a turret. Scary, scary. I think I did, yes. Me too, Em. Me too. I'm gonna get Legend next season. Mark my words. Because I'm guessing you start from the start as well, like trials. My favorite normal arc. We really took them for granted. I want noises. Give me noises. Oh, all of the raw. Yeah, okay. So, I'm guessing with the Expedition, you don't need to sell items. Like, it counts your inventory as well. So I don't need to sell anything. Which, stupidly, I did before Japan. Yeah, okay. I got so lost on this part of the map last week I didn't make it back in time. No, that happens. That's me and Stella. I've gotten a little bit better with it, but I would lose so much time trying to make it back. Every time. Every damn time. Another awesome thing that happened, you know, I need rocketry drivers to craft 4 packs. So you're throwing an egg at a chicken to get an egg. Yeah. I heard about that. Are people still like slipping away? I guess this is more so you guys, unless you've heard other things. Are people still keen on Ark, or are they upset about the update? Because I hear, like, from what I've seen, some people are like, no, like, I think it's good. It was too easy. These changes are good. And now some people are like, why? 1 milli. Noah, thank you. I think if I'm desperate, I'll definitely be like, help. I think because I'm still streaming, I don't mind giving myself a little challenge. But yeah, even off stream, if you see a random invite from me, you know what's up. purely for a little challenge. But some people mad they didn't do quality of life, right? You know what I saw actually? I saw people saying streamers ruin games. So a lot of people were saying that games cater to streamers and not the minority. Or sorry, majority. And that, you know, they ruin games and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, ooh. I like to think we don't, but I mean, I'm the streamer, so I guess it's easy for me to say that. And yeah, everyone's gonna complain anyway. Yeah, they've made a lot of changes so early on in their journey. And yeah, true, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, true. Get into like the groove again.
Let's go to the warehouse.
Yeah, for sure. Although, to Mike, your point, I think, again, it's easy for me to say because I'm the streamer, but I feel like streamers just do get blamed for everything. True, Freedom. The streamers who have a lot of influence and are just ding-dongs, I guess that's the worst part of it. Yeah. Not the little guys. Just trying to support the game, I guess. Alright, let's see if I get some shiny things. Yeah. Grandpa hours daily that are complaining is such a broad range.
The safe window is closing.
Yeah.
10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat.
Yeah, true. True. Yeah, I never hear that and think of like Chris and I, but it makes me curious. I guess because I don't watch content like that. So thank you for, or like I'm not aware of content like that. So thank you for letting me know. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. I think I haven't read a lot of ARC stuff, so I guess it makes sense. And I'm like, guys, I don't get it. This didn't have... Okay, can I say something? I know I'm probably looking in the wrong spots, but this didn't look like crazy loot for such a crazy storm. You know? So far my loot's just kind of like, okay. NW, you want more and more streamers to play, so more... Yeah. Yeah. That as well. You're right. I think sometimes people don't realize, the people who don't watch streamers don't realize that a lot of games take off because streamers play it. You know? Hi, Dinky. It was so much fun. How are you? Dill, that's really sweet to say. Oh, no. I have a frontal lobe is so funny. Yeah. True. That's a firefly? Oh no. I honestly, yeah, I think that's something that I really like about this game. Is how... I don't know. How PvE and PvP are a good mix. Like, it doesn't feel so, like, one-sided all the time. You win this time. Oh, no. I'm so dead. I'm so fucking dead. Mamma mia. The pops have missed me. Fox, it was so fun. How are you?
Fox in pink socks just subscribed. Welcome back from your birthday holiday.
Thank
Hope
you.
it was fun. Foxy1
Once we get used to this, we'll be okay. Thank you so much. How are you, doll? Thank you for the resub. Okay, I want to go back down there and see if I can get the... Where am I? Oh, someone's already been here? Uh-oh! Give me the noises! Okay. That's more money there. Oh, time check. Holy shit, thank you. Okay. They got everything else. All right, let's go. Good shout. Good shout. Shout, not shat. I love see the mini event they just did with bonuses for Arc Combat to a regular thing. Yeah. Honestly, the thing they are doing right is how much they're adding to the game, how much they are, I guess, improving, tweaking. I don't know.
5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
It's just kind of, I don't know. It's just their start has been really great. Birthday. Ooh. Guys, what should Fox binge? Happy birthday. If I don't see you. Happy birthday to you. Guys, it's birthday season in the arena. All right, lock in. Wait, 66k. Okay, not that much money, but it's money. It's still shmoney. Ooh, I want to start that actually. God, there's so many. I'm so behind on so much. Hi, Chris. Oh, Chris, I gave up on those. Oh, they're very frustrating. How are you? Game is 4 months old. So much content, people are still unhappy. Yeah, exactly, Dill. It's 4 months for a game 4 months old. Amazing. I'm glad you're good. Sorry about your firing cause. Yippee! All right. God, I'm hankering for some chocolate. And I have none. Okay. Yippee! I mentioned level 3. Yeah. I think I want to really lock in next. Are you doing the expedition? I am so excited for the refresh. You better believe at some point tomorrow I will be doing some Arc. Obviously, I'm going to do like a simulation game. But it's the reset, so we gotta get our stuff. It's really fun though when it resets. Whoa! Okay. I don't need to sell this, but I'm going to sell it. That didn't have that much loot, to be honest. I thought it would give me more. Should I just do Stella? I get so many I get so many blueprints in Stella. I think we just do a Stella run, to be honest. So if you just come in, I am trying to make as much money as I can. I don't need to sell this, but I'm going to. What's this? Dam controlled tower key. We should do that as well. Let's do this next. If I forget, just remind me. Because Dam had a rework, right? Oh, that's a good point, Noah. Yeah, unless you really wanna, you could just, you know, try again next season. Yeah, what do my workshops end up being? Yeah, so if you do the expedition, everything resets. Scrappy, your workshops, but you get an XP boost for next season, and you'll get more inventory slots. So it's up to you whether you think it's worth it to do the expedition if you've already sent it off. I'm doing it because I like a fresh start, so you'll lose your blueprints as well. You lose everything, but it's a fresh start, which I really like. Everything's loading in. You lose the duckies. Yeah. You lose it all. Love a good reset though. Yeah. It's a sad time, but it's also really exciting because it feels like you start fresh. In the sense that everything is exciting again. Like getting mushrooms. Like building Scrappy. Like what I love most about it is, if I don't finish, no, if you don't send your expedition, you keep everything. You just don't get any XP bonuses for next season. So it's up to you on what you value the most, and it's different for everybody. So for me, I played a lot of Rust. So when you would have wipes, you would lose all your blueprints and, you know, start fresh. Yeah. And it felt really nice just to start again. Because you have something to work towards, you know? Because I'm max on my skill tree, for example. So there's nothing really for me to work towards anymore. Yeah, exactly, Arcane. So my last expedition, I didn't do too well on. Well, it was fine, but like, it took me way longer to do. And this expedition, I got it done early without even realizing. Come to mama. Do not come to mama. Leah, so fair. Like, that's easy to do when you're the goat. You know what I mean? You got everything. You get things done fast. You're good at the game, so it's easy to be like, the goat needs a break. You were playing more than me. Chris, you know what? We're here to help each other. I'm still learning new things about this game every day. Okay, I gotta get away from here. Hi, Grace. Is everything good? But yeah, so for me personally, the first expedition, I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna lose everything I've worked for. And then I got to the point where I was like, actually, I want to reset. Because then finding a blueprint is exciting again. You know? Getting Scrappy up to scratch is exciting again. Everything has meaning again. That sounds so cheesy, it's Ark, but like, that's what this game makes me feel. That's fair, Leah, yeah. Super fair. Woo! My bad. Grace, really? I feel bad because I played a lot of it prior to Japan, and I will continue to play a lot of it, but I gotta put more variety in. I'm just so obsessed with this game. There's something about it that just really, I don't know. It scratches my brain. Hello. Friendly. Top of the morning to ya. Okay, they were a little scared, which is fair. Not much at all, Dill. I think maybe 400k now, which I can get easy. Just play a few games, and I feel like that's a good challenge. Grace, honestly, I get it. Me even playing this game, this is not a game that I play. I'm like, why am I obsessed? The loot seems less this expedition. Yeah, it went through, I would say a few weeks before I went to Japan, E-boy, and I've had really good experiences. Don't know if that has anything to do with it. Probably. Oh. Mamma mia. The hell? Oh my god, Dill, what the fuck? Thank you. Both you and Noah were so kind to offer that. Girl. Oh, not the loop on the 2. Wait, I have something in my inventory, I think. Hold. My safe pocket. No! We knew that was going to happen. Hello? Is anyone around willing to help someone out with a defib? There's loot in it for you. So come on down and revive me. Hello? Hi? Is anyone willing to give me a little defib? I'm upstairs. I'm in here.
Pew, 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 pew.
Very nice. unfortunate. Anyone with a defib? Up here. Thank you, good sir. Nice roll. Remember me! Okay. Alright, that's okay. That's okay. We didn't lose anything crazy. We did get a blueprint to sell. So we made $5,000. No, it's okay. It wasn't, that round wasn't juicy. It's okay. No worries, no worries. We are max relaxing. Okay. Night raid 2 hours. Buried City. Buried City Cold Snap could be the move with loot. That could be the move. Alright, let's cook our loadout quick.
Good to see you in one piece.
Alright, lock in. Hi, Del! Hello! How are you? Hi, Lex. Hi, E-Boy. Well, I've already said hello, but if I've missed you anyway, hello. Hi, Bitter. It was so good. Japan was... I can't believe I went to Japan. If I can say that. Kind of crazy. I never thought I'd make my way there. And I can't wait to go back already. Well, I gotta go to Dam as well. Do I have anything on Buried City? No. Okay. Gunsmith. Ooh, a Ven could heal me, but I'm gonna do this. Let's upgrade it. Now, if I lose that, that's gonna be painful. But it's also reset day, so who cares? I plan to go, so I might come to... Yes, it's amazing. It's the only gun I need. I know. If you have the metaphor... Ooh, true. Lo-fi, true. I need to. I couldn't find it earlier and I was just dying, so I switched over. But I should do that. You're right. Now you just can't worries. Okay, here's the plan. Actually, to be fair, can I craft... Where's my gear bench? Oh. Nah, it's okay. Alright, let's go to Buried City Cold Snap and let's loot. Let's loot up. And then after stream, I am starting my vlog edit. Whoa! So if... Every time I did like my American vlogs, I finished it the same day that I started editing on it. So I'm gonna start this afternoon with a sandwich in hand. I need to go to the grocery store. And I'm gonna have another Red Bull and I'm finishing that vlog. I'm doing it. Very excited. And then also I'll edit the streams we did over there, but I'll just cut out things. So it'll basically be the full stream, but just more refined because I got to upload those as well. And yeah, that's the plan. And then maybe next week we start a playthrough of a story game. Wait, Renee, get the Red Bull.
Chilly out there, huh? Perfect time to pick some candleberries.
Who's that?
So long as you can avoid the frostbite.
He sounds sultry. 1 second, guys. I'm in cold snap and I'm trying to get some loot for the expedition. Does anybody agree? Loot for the expedition. Woo, 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 woo. Cold snap. My penis hurts. It's so cold. My nipples are gotta fall off. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Good to know that I can do that. I think I can make someone not kill me with that. Or they might kill me quicker. We'll find out. Hell yeah, get it! We'll find out if they kill me or not. Let's go over here.
Go to the Grandioso apartments.
What's happening? I don't know. Guys, get me that record deal, bitch. Guys, this is the Carla streams you all dreaded would come back. Me being like, guys, hello! Hello. I'm like, guys, I'm so excited to be back. And you guys are like, I do not want to shoot. Good sir?
Okay, yeah, I'm just able to get started.
Nice.
Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
I'm honestly just trying to make some money.
I give you this if you want.
Are you looking for something?
No, I'm just looking for tickets, like, straight up.
Oh, okay.
I have a blueprint here if you want it.
Really? Oh. Oh, thank you. My goat. Did I just... Oh, yeah, it works. Cool. Thought my mic was broken.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Nice. My goat! The way people can be the nicest people in this game. A zip line? Come to mama. I'm guessing he's been down here? You never know. You never know. Literally what is happening is so funny. That's a sign you're in a Carla stream if someone's like, what's happening? Yes, so different augments. So this is the augment here. So different augments give you more safe pockets. So the rarer ones will give you more. Or like if you're not planning on looting, you can use like a combat augment that will give you more like grenade space or whatever. And then sometimes there's looting augments that give you 2 or 3. 3 is the max, I think, guys. I don't think there's 4. Imagine though. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm not really in Lootville. I don't know why I'm down here. It's very silly of me. That's okay. You never know. We might get some sweet, sweet loot. No, I should go back to the houses.
Go to that location.
30,000. Mummy needs a little bit more than that, but it's okay. Greg! Yippee! Oh my god. Japan is crazy. So cool. Is someone shooting? Are you doing the expedition? Are you finished? Or are you doing last minute? Trinkets. I should find that guy and be like, hey. I have a trinket for you. He missed one though. Is that tea? Me again in the apartments, trying to get money to feed my kids, and my willy is nice and big. Cold snap, cold snap. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just singing a song on the piano while it's cold and I'm freezing. I only have one glove on my right hand, cause my left hand touches my... I really hope I hear someone playing the piano. One day. That would heal generations. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Do you have all the money and everything? The shmoney?
Put your ass away, child.
Put
Red
your
just
ass away.
subscribed.
I
Cars
can't.
Cross.
Thank you. God, that emote would scare a Victorian child, but we can never get rid of it. Thank you. That's really nice. My God. 36 is crazy. Wait, 3 years? Huh? Okay. What the hell? Just years, you know, just years flying by. Wait, Ethan, I haven't. I don't know anything. I feel like I'm late to so many parties. Ooh. Ooh, I think someone's... Ooh, I think someone's shooting. Cold Up is back! Yes! Tammy, there's a new surgeon like battle pass. What do they call it? Thingamabobs, it's free. Obviously, I know you're not a surgeon, but it's like kind of hospital themed, which is cool. I did! Wow, that's so much fun. Oh my god. How are you? We like the grass one, really? Yeah, Tammy, you're telling me, babe. How's work going? Got the money for the max skill. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm just getting more shmoney for the max skill now. People have been really nice and offered some money for me. But I'm going to try and challenge myself and get some shmoney before I have to end stream. It's either going to work in my favor or against it, so we'll see. Who knows? Ooh. That's nice. Too many other games. I know. I know. I can't believe how many games are on my to-play list. I was going to say to-do list, but... Did I open that weapon crate? What was in there? I feel like the loot's not that good. Did they purposely make the drops bad so we can't do the expedition easy? Anvil, yoink. I feel like usually I get better loot. I know it's not a crazy night or anything, but it is Cold Snap. Oop. I guess 40 is cool. But I feel like on the other, like when it's a Cold Snap or something, it's usually pretty girthy. Hello? Interesting. god, Tammy, you're... I think someone's really shooting people. What the hell? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. People are fighting. I'm scared. Tanglewood. Oh, shit. Wait, you're eating so good at the moment, Tammy. Hell yeah. As you should. Okay, I think I should just go, to be honest. I don't really have the loot that I want, but maybe I just call it.
Home at the Eastern Station.
Eastern Station.
Go to the church entrance.
Maybe I just go, come back in. So, here's the thing. What RE should I start with? If me were to ask, what? No, that's not a dumb question. Basically, for me right now, good loot just means worth money. But that can change. Good loot could mean like some guns. It can mean, you know, it can mean trinkets, which are the things with diamonds on their thing. But right now, good loot just means that I'm making some shmoney. And trinkets are okay. You just want a lot of them for the money to stack up. That's what I want to play, Greg. That's it. I want to play the sledding game. Dally, thank you. How are you? Hello. But good loot can also mean like some blueprints, Grace. I guess it is up to you what determines what good loot is. But for me, trinkets, pink items, gold items, blueprints. We've had some really wholesome lobbies too, yeah. We've done it all. We've done it all today. I have like 5 jobs, so I'm not trying. What? You're shworking? Oh my god, my goat. New story, it's a more modern. Interesting. Someone could rap me, but not today. Alright, a cheeky 44k, we'll take it. So interesting, E-boy. It's... If I have a really big day of PvPing with Chris, I find I get some really nasty lobbies. But then once it evens out and I play some solos, I get really wholesome lobbies. I get them all. I think more so they've been wholesome lately. That's okay, Grace. So the problem is Chris. Yeah, no, but it really depends. Like sometimes, I'm not gonna lie to you, I love some PvP. And other times I'm like, eh, I don't really want to PvP, like. But that's okay. That's why this game's good. And then sometimes I just want to do my trials. Have I moved up at all? I think so. I don't really need... Like, I'm already getting 4 skill points. But if I get to catch up, it means that I get an extra 5. I'll get 10, which is cool. But I don't need it. What do we have here? Hurricane on dam? We can bring that, that key. What do I need? Processors, advanced. Electrical components. I need processors, which I don't think I can grab. I'll see if I can grab some. processor. I can't. I need seeds.
With raiders and
Yippee! Alright. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Let's put this bad boy on. And let's go to Dam Control Tower on Hurricane. But we need to make these. Door bridge! Have some fun. Alright, let's go. Let's go! Okay, hopefully we can get control tower key. Control tower, control tower, control tower. Door breach prank! Pick it up. No, there's not. What do you mean? Lock in. Yes. No, Evo, you would love this game. It's great. Ow. Guys, I'm excited to eat food tonight. That's crazy. Sorry. That sounds like I haven't eaten. I just have nothing in my fridge. So I'm excited to eat some food and edit. Hopefully I can make you giggle. Oh my god, yum. Okay. Yeah. No. No, I'm good girl. I do have this. I should really pop this on my mic instead of the Milo Boo Boo. That'd be cute. Look forward to tomorrow morning's coffee. Yeah, I love looking forward to little things though. I know. I'm really excited to get back from Melbourne and stock my house up fully because there's no point in me stocking when I'm about to go. Oh my god, M. Also, congrats, by the way. Is that because you've stopped door dashing? I lost 1 or 2 kilos in Japan, and believe me, I ate in 2 ways every day. But it's because we were doing 20,000 steps for 10 days that I got home and I was like, uh-oh. Look, it'll come back to me in a week. I am Dinky. I'm only going to Friday though, and then I'll be watching the race in like a fan zone. But I'll be at Friday's practice. Yeah, I'm proud of you, Em. Have you been like, what have you been doing different? Like less Uber Eats and stuff? Or you've been working out more, haven't you? Yeah. Very excited. Very excited. Thank you, Boom. Very happy to be back. Grace. Oh, that's sick. That's like my dream. Although I really can't complain. My gym is so close to me. But you know, it's still cool. Hi, Tommy. Oh my god, I love spamming socials. It was so much fun. It was just so great. Can I get to the tower? That's control tower? Oh, okay. Do I have to go up here? Damn. Damn, you can go up if you're on the right thing, you can go up like that. Okay, my bad. Hold. True, E-boy, yeah. Okay. Alright, fine. You win this time. Alien! Oh my god, good to see you. What's the hot gospel? I need a zippy? Oh no. Can I get there in from getting up somewhere? Oh, there should be like a thing here, right? Send pics if you want. I'm proud of you, that's awesome. Can I get up here? Okay, no. Oh, Alien, I'm sorry, doll. It's always so great to see you, just know that. But you gotta do what you gotta do as well. I definitely understand. You're my goat. Can I get up this way? Surely. Yeah. Whee! I feel like someone's already looted control tower, but give it a crack. Oh, people are shooting. Someone died. And there's a turret. Uh-oh.
Look, you deal with it. I have nothing to remind you. Think about what you did. Not cool, man.
Hello, I'm friendly.
Me too.
All right, there's a rat around here though. Be careful. Someone's killing.
Yeah, I just had another rat. I already took out one player, another rat. I think it was a regulated loads of money.
Oh, okay. Be careful out there.
You're alright.
There's a turret. Be careful. Wow! Yeah, sorry, turret. Yes, my white knights. Yes, my simps. Kill the turrets for me. Yes, my strong, strong simps. This is not on mic, by the way, because they'll kill me. But, wow, thank you so much. Goated. Absolutely goated with the sauce. Stay back, boys. I don't have another door blocker. That would have been so funny. Damn it. Do they leave me alone? Because they're like, oh damn. Can I Someone here? Guys, there's a rat. I don't feel good about this. I can. Do you feel it too? That'll buy me some time. A breach. Someone's definitely around. I reckon it's my my Simpsons. Okay. Yoo-hoo! Damn, they're right behind me, aren't they? Oh, they're stealing my loot. It's a free country, but oh. Where did he come from? A zip line. Leah, I'd lose that fight. Oh. Alright, that's fine. No, I'm not gonna make that. No, you're the goat. Imagine. Nah. Oh, I have 76k. I should fuck off. Oh. He didn't steal anything. I just wanted to be left alone with my loot. But I have stuff in my pocket. So worst case, you know. Worst case, we've got some juice. Now I have to unfold this. How embarrassing. How embarrassing! Great. No one even tried to fight. Well, I didn't want them to fight, but no one tried to like hee hee ha ha get in. And I put so much down, and then that guy ziplined up, and I look like a big goofball. Alright, let's go here.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Thank you, my barricade? My barricade's so cool. Play it cool. Alright. You know what? If we get out without being killed, a cheeky 70k. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. That's not bad. If it was Bird City, we'd have it all.
Put your ass away.
Put your ass away, child.
Monster
God.
underscore
How's your
Karibu
new
just
place?
subscribed. 2 week late anniversary button cause I finally got moved into my new place. Hi Miss Dior.
Yay! I hope it went really well for you, the move. Mamma mia. Thank you for 21 as well. That's really nice.
Don't mind me, I'm just scrapping the alarm or something special.
Oh wow, you can see everyone glow. Thank you. Thank you for 21. Hey, how's it going, Joel? Yeah. It's always such a process, right? But it's going to be so nice. I'm happy for you. That's awesome.
All good. Friendly.
Yoo-hoo! Nice. I did bite you on the ass. That's so funny. Yes, that will be in my PowerPoint. I did bite you on the ass. It's so funny. That's hilarious. Okay. We got shmoney. There were hard bites. They had a good nibble. Robbo? Wait, was that? I wonder if Jeffy remembers. Was that? No, that wasn't Robbo. I think that was one of the people that were wholesome, but kind of like, not like the most wholesome, but they were one of the funny Aussies. But we weren't close that way. But we had it was nice. We had a good laugh. I don't remember who that is though. No deal. I don't think so anyway. I could be a sock though. Inventory value. Okay. New place vibes. Yep. Okay. Yeah, true. Maybe I didn't notice it. You're right. Oh, that's cool. It got me some juice. All right, let's see what we're working with here. The loot hasn't been that good, if I can say that. We weren't close that way. Listen. Nothing's really giving me the juice, if I can say that. Do I have a spaceport key? I will go soonish to start the vlog. Container storage key. How long to the expedition? Because there's also Bird City that I could do later, worst case. Expedition. 4 hours. Okay. And Bird City is in an hour and a half. Oh, easy. I can just do 2 runs on Bird City and I'll have it. Cool. That's easy peasy. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, my goats. I flied with Nippon, I think. My goats. Okay. It was really good, actually. Obviously, the flight home, everyone was pissed. It was hilarious. I didn't think I was going to make it home. they were delayed. They kept delaying it. So it was like an hour, oh, another hour, oh, another hour. So it was delayed 4 hours. And the hard part about it was it would have the announcement in Japanese first. And so I would look at all the Japanese speaking people and they'd be like, "Daw." And then it would say English. And then all the Aussies are like, "Daw." It was so funny, but like, it was, yeah, direct, yes. Me too, Tay. I'm so excited. My goal is to get my vlog done and then I'll treat myself to a fresh wipe. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for fresh. It's going to be amazing. Guys, I know it's a cheeky little 5 hour. Here's the thing though, either today or tomorrow, I haven't been sleeping that well since I've been back. So if it gets to like 10 p.m. my time and I can't sleep, I'm just going to boot up and do a little stream. But we are back tomorrow. We will do, I think, a simulator, maybe an art cap, but we're definitely going to play some simulator games tomorrow. Whether I go back to Laundry Sim or I go back to a simulator I haven't visited in a while that has content, I'll be going back to that. A fresh wipe is wild comms. True. It was intentional. It was intentional.
Glam _A_ has just subscribed.
Thank you for the follows as well. What the hell? Are you starting to play, Grace, or are you still just watching? Glam, thank you for 70. What the hell? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mamma mia. Fresh wipe. If all goes well with me, the reason why I'm stopping at 5 is so I can give myself an extra hour of editing. Because I really want to get this vlog up to you tonight. So if you're in the States, you're probably going to wake up to a vlog. If you're in Australia, you'll probably get to watch it before you go to bed or tomorrow. So that's my goal. That's why I'm ending. Plus, this is my first night I've been home since Friday because I've had festivities on. I've had events on. So this is my first night home. So I'm going to edit with Mimi and do laundry. Glam, thank you so much for being here for 70 months. It actually blows my mind. It's so great. And I'm so lucky that people are still around. Like, that's really cool. So, ooh, Grace, I'm excited. Yay. Thank you, Glam. I'm excited. So tomorrow will be a normal stream day. I'll probably start earlier as well. Today was late because I was rushing home. Feed, fresh wipe, and a good old-fashioned vlog. I'm doing the editing and Mimi's my co-editor. A bedtime story vlog. I hope it's good. Because a part of me is worried that, oh my god, not fucking Banth showing Whiskey's feet. That's, bro. That's so funny.
Wait, hold on. Let's go back up. Wait, Carl, I don't know if you were here. In the background of the video, you get bit by the deer. Watch.
Stop. Wait.
Didn't buy the version. Right here. 3.
Bit my ass 5 times. That's so funny.
And now. Bro,
That's so funny. Go get some Japan content from Banth, guys.
Fed him a lot.
I appreciate you. He's not going, is he?
Oh, yeah, you know what's also kind of refreshing? I didn't really look at my feed.
Anyway,
like,
I love you
news and
guys.
stuff.
I will see you.
While I was gone.
Oh, not this. Sorry. Wrong thing. There you go. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh my god, 16 inches. I saw that. That was crazy. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna start editing your vlog. It should be like 40 minutes, maybe an hour and a half. It depends. It's gonna be a long one. I love you guys. Thank you for the warm welcome back. I'm so happy to be back. You are the best. I'll see you tomorrow or tonight. Who's to say? Bye, guys. Love you. See you tomorrow.